All right, and welcome to Organization Panel 2, Day 2. My name is Jesus Pantel. I'm the Cultural Funding Supervisor in the City of Austin Cultural Arts Division, part of the Economic Development Department. We have Maya Williams-Britton running the slides for us, also with the Cultural Arts Division, and Rachel Osgood from the Long Center as tech support. And we have Jen Margulies as our outside facilitator, helping make sure that both I and the panelists center equity in our new pilot programs here. Again, we are doing Organization Panel 2, which is for nonprofit organizations with budget sizes between $43,000 to $134,000. The panelists have reviewed all of their applications prior to today. They've tentatively made comments and scored them. And they may change their scores during the session, depending on feedback from their fellow panelists, but they are not required to change their scores. We will finalize scores at the end of each application before we move on to the next application for review. We have a maximum of 10 minutes per application. I will be timing those. If we have any tech issues or anything like that, we will pause the timer so that way you get the full 10 minutes allotted to your application. If we start getting close to that 10-minute mark, I will give a 3-minute warning, a 2-minute warning, a 1-minute warning, a 30-second warning, and then counting down from 10 seconds. The panelist comments will not be repeated from what has previously been said, unless a panelist would like to emphasize something a previous panelist had said. And we're also not scoring on consensus, so panelists may have different takes on an application. That's fine. Panelists are not trying to, convince other panelists to come to their score. But again, based on the feedback and direction of the commentary, the panelists may or may not change their scores. We are asking panelists not to announce a numeric score, just to provide overall application comments. And those comments should align with the review criteria and should not be based on any information that's not included in the application, other than, if they went to your website, which they were not required to do unless it was listed in your work sample, they could do that. Or if they have firsthand knowledge of your organization and your activities, they've gone and seen your work before, they can bring that into their review. We have asked the panel to look beyond grantsmanship to the extent possible. So if they had to hunt for the information, we have asked them to, maybe make a comment about that, how it was hard to find, but they were able to find it in a different section, and then to score since they were able to find the information. We have asked them to give feedback for future improvement, but again, tied to the specific review criteria. There are a few conflicts of interest with some of our panelists today. And so what will happen with that is they will recuse themselves from the live review by turning their camera off. Their scores will not count, for or against. We will just not consider their scores for the applications for which they have a conflict of interest. We will just average all the other panelists' scores together to get that information. Again, when they have a conflict, they will turn their camera off, recuse themselves from the application. We will wait for all of the other panelists, once that application is done being reviewed, to finalize their scores before we let the panelist with the conflict of interest back in. And that is the kind of ground rules we have for today. So with all that being said, we will start with our first application up for review, which is Collide Arts. Onyx and Alka are our primary and secondary, and the 10-minute timer will not start until the primary starts giving their comments. So Onyx, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. Okay, so Collide Arts is a nonprofit organization that creates art projects that strive to eliminate barriers to contemporary performance. They partner with community groups, local arts organizations, and artists to catalyze, innovate, engage, and empower the community. From the application, I felt that the mission section they provided, as well as the intro for the project they are seeking funding for, was succinct. They provided details and examples. For instance, they mention we hire artists who have been historically marginalized and underserved. Over 80% of their contract artists identify as BIPOC and LGBTQA+. They provide artist mentorship, professional development, grant writing support, and so on. They also highlight educational programming for low-income Latino community students and free or low-cost admission to their programs. And they also mention how their programs are often hosted in unconventional places by tackling access, reach, engagement, and investment. So that was something that I thought was important to highlight from their response. Since 2014, they have maintained a strong focus on serving underserved youth, mainly from Latinx communities. The response they provided demonstrates that they engage with key constituencies in programming, not only by providing workshops and programs, but also involving people in the process, paying for their work as performers, artistic collaborators, and so on. The response also showed that they know their community and are invested creatively and programmatically. For instance, their projects working with recycled materials, working with music, working with dance, coordinating birding excursions, meditation. So it's like a very dynamic, programmatic body of work, you could say. And within the last 6 years, they have paid over $340,000 to collaborating artists, which is something that I thought was important to note. They also provide free mentorship, grant writing support, and fiscally sponsored projects at a reduced rate. As far as their leadership landscape, the executive director, they mentioned the executive director is Arab American and has won several awards, including a Fulbright scholarship. The board chair is part of the LGBTQ community and a person of color, and the vice president is also a person of color. So that was a little bit of what they provided as far as their leadership landscape. One thing that I noted from their community voice portion of the application is the communal rituals and how this project demonstrates how the community is involved. I felt like this was a good example that they provided, as well as sound space and just really being intentional about creating interactive experiences that are engaging. For instance, audiences with sound space are invited to self-curate their experience in a choose your own adventure style. So I thought that was very interesting to note. In the part where they focus on cultural activities and relevance, I wish I could have seen a little bit more of the how. When it came to the activities, I felt like their activities were really solid, their projects are really solid, but a little bit more detail as far as like how those activities are relevant to the social cultural interests of the community, I think would have provided more emphasis in the application, more clarity. As far as intersectionality, I noted that from their response, they mentioned how nearly every artist presented in their projects are BIPOC or part of the LGBTQIA+, and how their programs feature collaborations between artists from Indigenous, Latinx, Black, Asian, and other communities, and how they center these communities and their stories. So I thought that was another interesting portion to highlight. They also provide individuals with disabilities with a platform and voice. For example, they collaborated with a physically integrated dance ensemble. That's Soundspace, the one that I mentioned earlier. And I thought that that was another important project that they brought up in their application. And then my last note with the application relates to their budget. I wish I would have seen a little bit more of a description with their deficits listed, and there were also no admin amount listed. So I think a little bit more explanation as to why. I think that would have helped enhance the application. Those are all my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyx. Secondary, Alka?
Thanks. I agree with everything Onyx said. I'll start with the last thing first. What about the comment about the budget? I did see that they hadn't explained the deficit, but I really appreciated the detailing that they provided in the actual budget that they presented. And I think that the admin fee, they're basically paying the entire admin fee out of their expenses and not from the money that they're requesting the city for. But having said that, I have a note about the reach, which is section rightly talks about more dollars allocated towards marketing, advertising, tourism outreach, but it lacks a plan to build the web presence to ensure that the audience it's trying to reach is able to even find their work independent of their partnerships. Currently, they're heavily dependent on their partner organizations, it seems to me, from the application to reach an audience. Because their website does not have any links to their social media or allude to any newsletters. So it just felt like they could be a little more detailed in their marketing and outreach efforts. The language accessibility, unfortunately, there wasn't anything added in that section, so that was kind of left blank. And then the other accessibility, they did not expand on what is beyond the federally mandated ADA access, which they're proposing for the new facility. So besides that, I did score this application high. I thought it was an organization which it was intentionally serving the underfunded marginalized communities and was doing great work. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else which has not already been covered. It would have been good to see a timeline of the history of the projects over the years in their history section. I found that I have a note here which says that their letters of recommendation help me understand the artistic director and the organization a lot. Would have appreciated work samples with the timeline to understand which projects happened when, but overall a strong application. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyx and Alka. I think we have a little bit less than 2 minutes left. If any other panelists have comments they want to offer.
Seeing as there are no other comments, and as a reminder, if panelists have any additional comments to add, we have asked the panelists not to repeat what has already been said, just to add any new comments in. There are no further comments. If you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so before we move on to the next application. Onyx, Zell, Chloe, Alka, Sue. All right. So next application up for review is Vistera Studio. Chloe and Sue are our primary and secondary. And Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, Vistera Studio will use the Elevate grant to continue support for 4 fiscally sponsored projects: the XYZ Atlas, the Theorist, Rest Fest, and Draw Together. It will additionally support the launch of 4 new projects engaging diverse and intersectional artistic programming. I really appreciate how they are including the unhoused population in their programming, and it's clear that intersectionality and equity is a key component in this proposal with all of the projects and opportunities that they provide. I think some of my only critiques were your creative leadership category. They could have gone a little bit more in depth with how their leadership has lived experiences with the key constituencies they're serving. Some of the members have details on the board list sheet, but don't go super into detail. Their marketing plan also wasn't super clear, but they're mentioning that they're working on data to provide working templates of a community needs. But overall, great proposal. Those are all the things I had.
Thank you, Chloe. Secondary, Sue?
Yeah, I thought this was a really strong proposal, very interesting work. I wish that I had understood a little bit better some of the descriptions around the XYZ Atlas project. They spoke about how data is collected for those stories, and that that project is a direct connection to our communities that are facing cultural erasure and displacement. And so I was wondering how they collected those stories and how that data source connects directly to the key constituencies. Is the data source clearly from these groups, or who has provided the data for this project to date? So I was wishing that I had more information around how that data goes into that project and how it's reflected in that work. And then I also noted that the community relationships that the applicant pointed to are wide and show a great variety of community commitment in the asset-based and relationship oriented contributions that they receive. And then, like Chloe, I really appreciated some of the audiences and some of the artists that they work with. Specifically, moving artists into stable housing after homelessness, payments to interdisciplinary artists, opportunities for paid performances, training and workshops. These are all opportunity creations and community benefits that they have clearly set forth. I do wish that the applicant had drawn a clearer line for us, connecting these activities to the key constituencies per the Elevate guidelines. But because some of the artists were named and I am familiar with them, I was able to score this section under opportunity creation and community benefit highly. And then I also just wanted to note that their work under the ESL accessibility, that Spanish speaking citizens are paid project liaisons, developing outreach. That is a great example of how to do English as a second language work within our communities. So those are my notes.
Great. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Sue. Other perspectives, Al, I see that you are off mute. Do you have a comment to share?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to note also that for me, the work history, the work sample was password protected. So I was not able to see it. And also I searched their website to try to get a clear picture of who's leading the workshop, or those people part of the key constituencies as they stated in the narrative. And from their website, I was not able to get a clear picture of that. So that represented some of my scoring.
Thank you, Zoe. Other panelists, other perspectives or comments to share? Okay.
And I'm looking at the work samples real quick. I do see in all three work samples, they give a Vimeo link and then a password beneath that. So I don't know if that was clear when the panelists were looking at that, or if they did try that and the password still did not work. But there was a password included in the work sample templates that were provided for all three videos. With that being said, further comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Chloe, Zell, Onyx, Sue, Alka. All right. Next application up for review is Performa Dance Inc. Alka and Onyx are our primary and secondary. And Alka, whenever you're ready to begin. And you're muted, Alka. And the timer will not start until you begin your
Okay,
commentary.
sorry, yes. Performa Dance Inc. Has requested funding for a project, and they're requesting 30,000 for it. Their new work, which is titled "Oh, the Humanity, Brittle Bushes, and the Anthropocene." And then it goes on to explain the project. The organization seems to be doing some really interesting work. I was happy that they included the website link. I thought that was well done. It was founded in 2014 by choreographer Jennifer Hart and dancer Edward Carr. They present exploratory original dance work in Austin. And in their mission, they do say that they're bringing lived experiences to performance, and they strive to connect audiences using dance as a conduit of human understanding and expression. And their mission is to present works of women, BIPOC, and LGBTQ choreographers, which has broadened to include equity in our dancers and broad demographics. So I think this application fit in really well with what with the Elevate funding priorities. I will go back and see how I rated most of them. Most of the answers pretty high. Sorry, it seems like I somehow lost my window of scores. To reopen it.
And we will pause the
Yeah,
record-
please,
the
can you
time-
pause for a second? Yes. So the mission is deliberately, it specifies the community that they serve. Their cultural leadership has diversity, and I like the way that they really clarified the process of the collaboration and how their leadership is involved in the decision making. I can read from the application that besides the two people that I mentioned already who were who founded the organization, they also have listed their other collaborators. And then I appreciated the programming examples which were provided, throughout the application in most places to supplement what they were saying that, they do in every section. So just makes it so much clearer. Unfortunately, their language accessibility had nothing in place. They could have considered some printed programs in Spanish or some other languages, or some if they had thought of how to provide language accessibility, it would have helped. Just because it's a dance program, it doesn't mean that you can't have brochures probably translated in Spanish or another language. But that was one comment. Their programmatic reach, they didn't again have too many details for their marketing. It was pretty general, though the budget section where they have given detailed the budget, there is a breakdown there which has many more marketing details. So at least I was able to draw that from there. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Before we move on to the secondary, I will note that in their language access plan, they do state that in our next program, we will be offering Spanish captioning if we reach funding that supports those efforts. So just wanted to make note of that. Secondary, Onyx.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I rated this application high. I appreciated a lot of what Elka mentioned, and also how just a few things that I wanted to highlight here. because I'm trying to be careful not to repeat what has been said already, but I do want to highlight the when it comes to their cultural leadership, I noted that I appreciated the horizontal leadership emphasis on collaboration. For example, artistic director Jennifer Hart equally sharing power with Alexa Capareda, I hope I'm saying that right, an LGBTQ plus Filipina performer, and Edward Carr, a member of the LGBTQ community and co-director. So they focus on that model of leadership. I also noted that they were, I think, pretty succinct in telling how they amplify the voices of the community. For instance, they mentioned we amplify the voices of the community in 3 ways. First, we consider the kind of work we produce. Second, we assemble artists and other collaborators who span the spectrum of race and identity in creation. And third, we invite feedback from audiences and members of the community with the goal of educating both our organization and the community at large. So I appreciated that lens, and maybe it also relates to the horizontal leadership, that it's not just them kind of like educating audiences, it's also them learning from audiences and from their community collaborations. After each production, they offered talkbacks, which are essentially discussions to receive feedback. Trying to see what else could be additive to the review here. I appreciated that. Sorry, yeah, the where was it? They do mention, and this is something that I've seen in several of the dance applications, but I would have liked to see more of, as Alka mentioned, a creative approach to ESL accessibility. They are honest in mentioning that given that our past performances have mainly been dance with no text spoken, we haven't needed to invest in accommodations for non-English speakers. However, in our next program, we will be offering Spanish captioning if we reach funding for that supports those efforts. And a last note on the budget is that the budget does a good job in explaining how the funds will be used. And one thing to mention is that they ensure that artists and dancers get paid first and directors last, which is why they do not include future ticket sales in the budget and use previous year's sales and donations already incurred. So the averages are applied to the next year's budget. So those were my main notes. Overall, I felt that this was a strong application and I score them in the high range. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka and Onyx. I did just want to remind folks and let anyone watching know that, again, we panelists are scoring based on what they found in the application. We do, with this pilot program, the city is advising panelists to not score based on grantsmanship. So like, if there's, as long as you can see what's the budget includes, even if people had to look a little bit to find it, you know, that'll be reflected in the scores that it was there, but panelists do mention it just as feedback to the applicants as you're building applications and going forward. We have 2 minutes left. Anyone else have feedback or perspectives?
While panelists are thinking if they have any additional comments that have not already been stated, I do also want to remind the panel and the applicants that may be watching that each application is scored based on how it meets the review criteria, not being compared to other applications. So the scoring is based on how that particular application is aligning with the review criteria. We have just over a minute left. Any additional comments from the panel? Seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell? Everybody. Okay. Next application up for review is Seba. Sue, Alka has a conflict of interest with this application, so she will, her score will not count. She will just recuse herself. We will average the other panelists' scores to come to the final score for Seba. We have Sue and Chloe as our primary and secondary. Again, Alka will have her camera off and not participate. We will call her back once scores have been finalized on this application. Again, Sue and Chloe, primary and secondary, and Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. So SEVA's mission is to promote a sense of well-being, belonging, and fulfillment for intergenerations, specifically older adults, through community engagement, education, partnership building, advocacy, civic involvement. I really appreciated the link to the website that they provided, which made it clear that SEVA specifically centers older adults of South Asian heritage. SEVA is seeking funding to support older adults through cultural art. They're proposing to hold a Diwali that will host community cooking events, focusing on special festival foods, regional handicrafts, showcase a story through skit. They'll also hold monthly art and music classes in multiple languages, and they're working with Millip Human Library to collect and write stories. And there's also a project with the LBJ Museum on the Immigrant Act and belonging. So with that, I'll just share a few thoughts I had about this. Under the history of service, there was a wonderful story that was shared. However, I would have loved to learn more about the history of SEVA as an organization itself, maybe citing some examples of how they have served their key constituencies in the past. It's clear, though, that the organization from its founding has a vibrant history of explicitly serving key constituency groups that have experienced institutional marginalization. Their cultural leadership is a strong list of leaders with roles and skills that directly support the work of the organization with lived experience within the key constituency groups. They talk about actively meeting with their seniors and volunteers, and those voices are providing feedback for their programming. And they mentioned that many times the activities and ideas and leadership come from their older adults, which is wonderful to see. Many community members come to support the programming in different leadership capacities and volunteer capacities. So the community voices are present with this group. The applicant described under their cultural activities a diverse list of activities that they're participating in, which I mentioned at the top of this review. Under intersectionality and inclusion, they did say that inclusion and intersectionality is kind of baked into their user group or the people that they serve, because in India alone, there are 22 separate official languages, and there's 270 mother tongues. So there is a sort of intersectionality baked in. This may not be specifically how we are thinking about intersecting vulnerabilities when we talk about intersectionality. And so that is something to that I considered a little bit when I was scoring. I thought about that quite a bit. Community relationships are, they annually have over 70 volunteers that they work with. They have quite a list of partners on their website that shows strong community relationships, including funding and volunteering and in-kind support. Under their opportunity creation and community benefits section, they talked a lot about connecting with others through volunteering and education opportunities for their seniors. They have seniors able to attend classes online, which is great for those with mobility issues due to aging. They mentioned they've also quadrupled the amount of individuals that attend their events in person. I do wish that they had talked a little bit about how many jobs were produced, and such as, SEVA staff or paid instructors, and, talked a little bit more about maybe event support jobs. But overall, I thought it was a strong proposal. They didn't have a clear marketing plan in their programmatic reach. And they did supply a budget with a budget form that was very explanatory of what they're doing. So I scored them well on that. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. Secondary, Chloe?
Yeah, I think one of the only things I have to add to that is just like in your disability section, you talk about how they've learned a lot, but not what they actually do. And then I think I would have scored higher, I think, in the kind of cultural activities section if what they talked about in the intersectionality category was applied to the cultural activities, because there are so many different things that they consider. It would just be cool if those were opportunities or cultural activities specifically. But overall, this is really great.
Great. Thank you, Sue and Chloe. Other feedback or comments?
If there are no additional comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so we can invite Alka back, but we will wait until y'all are done finalizing. Chloe, Zell, and Onyx and Sue. Alka, you may come back. We are finished reviewing that application. Next application up for review is AFTV 5. Zell and Alka are our primary and secondary. And Zell, whenever you're ready to begin. Oh, and you are muted, Zell.
Okay. AFTVS is Austin's home to residents from several African ethnic and racial groups from different African countries. This diversity is a source of rich culture driving social economic development. The project is to organize international cultural events promoting African culture and heritage through African musicians, artistic productions, traditional dance groups, etc. There are a few African international cultural events in Austin, and Africans must tell their stories in the Austin area. So they overall, I thought it was the application was just a little bit difficult to follow in some of the narratives because they talk about like at one point they talked about African Americans being one of their key constituencies, but then they don't have any in the narrative. There was nothing to support that. And then there's this international idea of having this looks like a festival, but it was just very convoluted in terms of trying to pull out the information. So I felt that a little difficult to score. They said they have a history that supports groups for erasure. However, there's a lot of the history that is confusing. Members of the leadership are not identified outside of the applicant. So it couldn't tell if they're the people who are making the decisions share a living experience. Applicant identifies African Americans, but they don't seem to be part of the festival. The entire section is very confusing. That is where we get the score. There was seems to be they want to be the investment section, but it was not for all the key groups mentioned. There seem to be a lot of areas of opportunity for the communities listed, but they are not present in the narrative language. Accessibility, one cool thing that they had was in the accessibility part, they partner with another nonprofit that works with African immigrants. And so they would provide language support for the festival. So I thought that was really awesome. And then they talk about how that group also helps to support some of the needs of the immigrants throughout. So having them come to this festival was cool, but and then in their marketing plan, it was not a very clear plan. It was a lot of grand ideas, but no really specifics on how that's going to happen. And so that's pretty much all I got on it.
Thank you, Zell. Secondary, Alka.
I don't have too much more to add. I have similar comments in many of the sections, but I did feel like the organization was basically trying to be like a service organization for a lot of other organizations, like an umbrella organization, and putting them all together in a, so to say, like a fair of African culture. And I found that really fantastic. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Zel and Alka. Other perspectives or comments, feedback from the panelists?
If there are no additional comments, adding anything different from what has already been said, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zel, Chloe and Onyx, Sue, Alka. All right. Next application up for review is Collab Projects. Alka and Chloe are our primary and secondary. And Alka, I know you were the secondary, and if you need just a second, let me know when you're ready to begin. Again, a reminder, the 10-minute timer will not start until the primary starts giving their comments.
Thank you for that extra time. My windows take a little time to open. So, okay, so we have Collab Projects who are requesting funding for their New Works program. They're a cultural institution in Austin with a 15-year history of furthering the work and careers of artists. Our New Works program commissions and presents works from local, regional, and national artists. The program provides a solid foundation for artists to create forward-thinking projects, aids in the advancement of their careers, and enhances the dynamic curatorial voice of our organization. So it's talking about the work that's going to happen in the New Works program, but it's not really being very specific about the community, the artist community that they serve. So we, you know, as per the Elevate funding, it isn't specifically mentioned here about which of the communities they're serving, though in their mission, they do mention we'll issue an open call for submissions and selections, and will prioritize historically underrepresented artists, including artists of color, artists who identify as LGBTQ, and artists that identify as women. So I'm inclined to really take them in the category of organizations serving you know, marginalized groups. So with that, I will read my comments. Strangely, I had a lot of notes and I seem to have... Jesus, can you pause for a second, please? So the history of service was also clearly laid out. That, you know, they seem to have evolved and grown, and their priority is compensating the artists, which I really appreciated. Their cultural leadership seems diverse. Their board is comprised of individuals who work for the organization. Decisions are carried out by the working members. So a lot of their board is actually the artists themselves. They have not specified the ethnicities of their board makeup, so I can't really tell much from the names, but they have detailed the roles that each of them is playing in the cultural leadership of the organization. I did rate them highly, most of the sections, except for accessibility. I have that they have plans towards making their future facility ADA compliant only, but they're not they have not provided any expanded ADA like beyond the federally mandated. There's nothing more added. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Before we move on to the secondary, just a reminder, as the panelists know this, but for the applicants, board ethnicity is something like aggregate numbers are provided to the Economic Development Department in the portal application, but the panelists do not see that information. So just keep that in mind, panelists, as a reminder when you are scoring. With that being said, we will move on to the secondary. Chloe?
Yeah, so Collab's new space is located in East Austin. And I think I would have scored higher if the artists in your letters had maybe more experience in Austin. I know a lot of the artists in your letters have gone to really expensive art schools, have had studios in New York, and these absolutely insane residencies, which is super cool. I love that you're featuring them, but I think I would have scored higher if they focused on artists that were in the neighborhoods that they are in. I think in the community voice section, you talk about using surveys. It's a little bit too late in the creative process. And in your opportunity creation section, they talk about offering studios at market rates, but don't really go into a rough estimate of how much that might actually be. I thought that might have been kind of helpful information to provide, since rent has skyrocketed here. And as I've mentioned in previous proposals in the past day, it can be difficult to afford a studio space and rent. I just feel like maybe for more opportunity creation as well, I think I would have scored higher if they were working more with the voices in their neighborhoods. The Alternative Learning Center is 2 minutes away from their new space. And I just kind of feel like more neighborhood voices need to be heard, because gentrification is a real fear here. And I think in the programmatic reach section, they don't go into how they're going to be reaching out to new audiences that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure, kind of besides that open call for artists earlier. But that's all I got.
Thank you, Alka and Chloe. Other feedback, perspectives, or comments from panelists? And just as
oh, go ahead, Jen.
I bet I was going to say the same thing as you, Jesus, which is just as a reminder that all the panelists have read all of and scored all the applications unless there's a conflict, and we have just asked them not to repeat if what they have to say is pretty similar to what's already been said.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Jen. There are no new additional comments from the panel that have not already been stated. If you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Onyx, Chloe, Alka, Zell, Sue. All right, and we are scheduled for a break. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so good job, panelists. We will break for now, and we will pause the recording. And we are back from break, continuing the Elevate Organization Panel 2, Day 2. Next application up for review is Austin Tango Society. Chloe and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin.
This project is to support the growth of Argentine tango dance community in Austin by providing management and financial support for teaching and practice of tango. In particular, they propose to manage subsidies for dance studios, space rentals, and compensation for artists who teach tango, and extend the marketing organization capacity of Austin Tango Society by using consultants to supplement the previous volunteer-only and event organizing that ATS manages. I would say that there were parts of this proposal that felt a little too broad. In the cultural leadership category, they don't really go into how each board member has lived experience in the communities they serve. They just kind of list them off as numbers, which is fine. They have them there, but I kind of would like to hear how they bring their own like stories and experiences to the table. And then I think that in the community relationships category, I feel like there need to be more partner relationships outside of just minimizing scheduling conflicts. I feel like since in the application they mentioned that LGBT communities have gotten more into tango, I feel like maybe partnering with some of those organizations, like dance organizations, might be good to kind of help people feel like they're like not the only odd couple out. In their opportunity creation section, they don't really go into how this will be benefiting marginalized communities. And in their accessibility category, they list that they have tango dancers that are blind and hearing impaired, but don't really go farther than ADA requirements. I feel like kind of giving teachers microphones at festivals seems pretty standard, and that doesn't feel like a specialized service. The programmatic Greek section was a little tough to score because their work samples do highlight some interesting backgrounds, but their marketing plan was too broad. They need to specifically figure out who is missing and how their stories and experiences can be represented, and then find ways to invite them to their organization. Economically disadvantaged is an okay key constituency, but not all economically disadvantaged people are experiencing the same experiences. They just need to be more specific so they can find ways to invite and create opportunities for marginalized communities.
Thank you, Chloe. Zell?
Yeah, I agree with everything Chloe had to say. Just wanted to add to, in terms of intersectionality, I couldn't score them as high as I wanted to because they never identified a key constituency. It was very broad, so it was very hard to pinpoint things. So that's pretty much all I got.
Thanks so much, Chloe and Sal. Any other perspectives, feedback, comments from panelists?
There were no admin fees on their budget, so I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you, Onyx. Anybody else?
And I am taking a look at their budget real quick if other panelists do have comments they'd like to make. And to the comment about the administrative fees, I do see 30,000 of in-kind administrative fees, but no cash or city request amount, and nothing in the proposal budget detail breaking that down. With that being said, any additional comments from the panel? Seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Chloe, Onyx, everybody, okay. Next application up for review is Austin Polish Society. Zell and Onyx are our primary and secondary, and Zell, whenever you're ready to begin.
The Austin Polish Society is the organizer of the Austin Polish Film Festival that takes every year in November. This year's festival is already the 18th edition. It is scheduled for November 2nd through the 5th and will take place at the Austin Film Society Cinema, 6259 Middle Fitzfield Road, Austin, Texas. This project serves not only Polish immigrant community in Austin and surrounding areas, but anyone who is interested in an international cinematography. APFF attracts diverse audience and is an important platform to educate viewers on Polish and Eastern European history and traditions, and also spark a conversation on the current social issues. It is a platform to inform on current social issues that are quite universal across borders. Finally, it is an opportunity to share multimedia artistic expressions such as film, poster art, and music. All films have English subtitles. Every year, the festival presents carefully selected films from among the latest award-winning features and documentaries and animations. Give me a second to get to my notes. overall, I felt it was a strong application. My question was, they've identified a key constituency, but is this someone who is at risk of being erased from Austin's from Austin, Texas, or has this been a group that's been underserved? That was a question of mine. The narrative shows history of service and dedicated to their group. I felt like their cultural leadership, it appeared to be very diverse, but it didn't have specifics on, it was just names, and I couldn't, I didn't want to go off a name of how diverse this group was, or are they inviting anybody else in outside of Polish or the Jewish community? The intersectionality with the variety of films, they have intersectionality, but would have loved to see that identified in other groups, or if the group is a key constituency. The community relationship, I thought it was an amazing support from the community for their folks, and opportunity. I felt that they provided opportunities to the key groups, but again, I'm not sure if that group is at risk of being erased from Austin. I did appreciate that they have English subtitles in their films for folks who don't speak the language that the film, so that they could also participate. But I felt that in their accessibility, they stated that, quote, we try to accommodate when needed, and that to me did not reflect a high need of ADA. And I felt that their marketing plan was very clear, and also that they partner with the Jewish Film Festival to exchange films. So I thought that part was great. That's all I got.
Thank you, Zell. Onyx?
Okay, let's see. I agree with a lot of what was said. Trying not to repeat. They mention how, as part of their key constituencies, they also involve in their key constituencies small business owners and service providers, including local caterers, designers, translators, etc. So I thought that was important to highlight too. And the cultural leadership, I also agree. I think that section could have benefited from explicitly mentioning in what ways or how the committee reflects key constituencies and their leadership, how they reflect key constituencies. Community voice section, I think it could have benefited more from the how. So I felt like it kind of listed, and it just kind of like mentioned the what, but not so much the how. Also how their community's voices are heard, involved. So I think it could have benefited from that clarification. And then as part of intersectionality, I felt like they made a sincere effort to address intersectionality through the medium that they know best, which is films. While they may not have specified clearly how and what areas of intersectionality and inclusion are key to their activities, I think that it's the opportunity for them to expand further on that, maybe in the future. I think that this section could have also benefited from including another word choice for gypsies, which they mention in the response. And perhaps it could have also benefited from perhaps not labeling Alzheimer's as a problem disease. They also, and as far as the programmatic notes that I have here, they place great emphasis and pride in their poster component of the film festival, and their strategy reflects that. I also noticed in the materials that the posters were just, I think, a great inclusion in their program. I think it's like a really cool element of their program and what they do. And their request for funding explores this aspect of their project, the poster competition, and just I felt like that was something that enhanced the application overall in this organization as well. So those are my notes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both so much. Any other perspectives, feedback, comments from other panelists?
If there are no new additional comments, not repeating what has already been said, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Onyx, Chloe, Sue, Alka. Okay, next application up for review is Kathy Dunhamrick Dance Company. Sue and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Let me grab my notes here. So Kathy Dunhamrick Dance Company provides modern dance performances, dance classes, outreach, mentorships, teacher training, and artist residencies. The Austin Dance Festival is their largest project. It's a multi-day event that attracts residents, visitors, and tourists. Under their mission and key constituencies, the applicant states that they are committed to inclusivity for access to dance for all, which means that their mission is not described as rooted in serving communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure or displacement or have been institutionally marginalized in Austin. Under their history of service, the company has been around for 23 years and was founded on 4 community service goals: to form a company of professional dancers, to present an annual season of dance, to provide modern dance training for adults, and dance education for youth. And they describe having a history of presenting the work of key constituencies, such as Black, African American, Asian, Hispanic, Latino, and LGBTQIA+ and disability communities. This is from their application. I do wish I had had more information on how the applicant had evolved to center key constituencies. Their history of service does appear to broadly serve all dance communities, although they do mention presenting the work of key constituencies. It would have been great to have a little bit more information about how they're of service in that area. Cultural leadership, the applicant describes 2 people in leadership positions only, one of whom is described as having lived experience within a community at risk of cultural erasure or displacement. Under community voice, they did mention that they ask all attendees to complete exit surveys that are designed to give voice to their community and measure the festival's impact. But I do wish that there had been a description of how they might center stories and experiences of key constituency groups during the time of creating the programming in alignment with Elevate guidelines. Under the cultural activities relevance and responsiveness, I do appreciate the description of the value of this dance festival for Austin's dance community. I wish the applicant had been able to share more clearly how the project is in direct alignment with the Elevate program guidelines and priorities. The applicant does describe how the proposal centers content that will serve and elevate the diverse arts and culture center, cultural sector. But there is content for key constituency groups, but it's not developed by or accountable to these communities. Under intersectionality, they talk about how their community is experiencing that. We're honored to provide space for festival attendees from all backgrounds, and they include all kinds of intersectionality, but they don't specifically point to vulnerabilities that the intersectionality can bring up in key constituencies. There is a great description under community relationships of collaboration and strong community relationships, which was great to see. And under opportunity creation and community, they do talk very directly about hiring local professionals such as lighting designers, sound operators, production crew, and they talk about many of their, let me open this up a little bit. They talk about many of their crew being advanced in their career because of the work that they've been doing with the dance company. But ideally, the applicant would have centered hiring for many of the opportunities from the many talented Austinites with lived experience and within communities at risk of cultural erasure and displacement. And under accessibility, the applicant points to an interesting dance troupe that they work with, or company that they work with, which is a multi-ability dance company, but it doesn't describe accommodations for attendees or audience members beyond the mandated ADA accommodations. And under programmatic reach, the applicant describes a national and local marketing campaign, but I wish the description could have included how the applicant would retain or reach new audiences or existing audiences within key constituency groups per Elevate guidelines and priorities. And that's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Before we move on to the secondary, on the comment about the accessibility, the question does ask for programming or accommodations, and so maybe the comment was about the accommodation section, but just a note, it's or, not an and. So just keep that in mind when you are scoring. With that being said, secondary, Zal?
That was masterful. I have nothing to say. Perfect.
Thank you, Sue. And so, any other comments, feedback, perspectives from other panelists?
As there are no additional comments, and as a reminder, we are asking panelists to not repeat anything that has been said, but just add any new additional comments. If there are no further comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Alka, Chloe, Onyx, Zell, and Sue. Next application up for review is Panoramic Voices. Sue and Chloe are our primary and secondary. Sue, you went just before this one, so if you need a little bit of time to open up the next application, a reminder for the applicants that the 10-minute timer will not start until the primary begins giving their feedback.
I've got it. Thanks. So Panoramic Voices seeks to enrich the lives of Central Texas music lovers with inclusive and innovative musical experiences that encourage collaboration, showcase regional talent, create opportunities for diverse participants and audiences, as well as local artists and composers. The project includes 4 regular season concerts, 5 total, 1 outreach project for a homeless population, sight reading sessions for volunteer members, and additional small opportunities. Each of the concerts this season is a collaboration with other organizations and ensembles, which leads to their title of Coalesce. So under mission and key constituencies, because of its mission to enrich the lives of Central Texas music lovers, and that encourage collaboration and showcase regional talent, create opportunities for diverse participants. Panoramic Voices, which I'm going to refer to as PV to shorten it up a little bit, as they do in their application, regularly serves institutionally marginalized communities. With the focus on serving all, which is how I'm reading the expression of encouraging collaboration, creating opportunities for diverse participants, audiences, as well as local artists and composers. I am seeing that they say that they're serving institutionally marginalized communities. I'm wondering about the demonstration of that within this. So that is a question that I have in this application. In the history of service, PV has been around since 1997, but the response under history of service had a certain vagueness for me. But it does appear that the organization has a history of service that seeks to broadly serve all communities and supports key constituencies, sometimes through a charity mindset. Under community voice, PV actively solicits community input through surveys of its singers using information from one project to inform the next. It looks like they involve the project involves the stories and experiences of key constituency groups later in the process. Under cultural activities, I appreciated that the applicant is lowering barriers to participate, such as allowing singers to join without auditioning, and mentioning that that is a hurdle for people who have not had access to a formal music education or have struggled with anxiety, and they're not requiring people to pay fees beyond purchasing sheet music, which they'll waive the fee for. That's wonderful, a way to lower barriers. I also appreciate that PV is featuring the work of local composers from communities that are at risk of cultural erasure and displacement. While the proposal includes content for and is developed by key constituency groups of Austin, it's not accountable to these communities within the description that the applicant shared in this application. Intersectionality, there were several compelling stories that were shared conveying how performers were supported across intersectional identities. And then under opportunity creation and community benefits, just gonna open my notes here a little bit more. PV's hired myriad section leaders, ringers, technicians from all socioeconomic, cultural, and racial backgrounds. But then they go on to say specifically how many guest conductors and speakers and instrumentalists and composers, arrangers they've hired in their cultural identities. So they do talk a little bit about how they work within key constituencies, but I would say that this shows that they have that the direct investment in programs and opportunities have temporary or individual benefit based on previously identified communities. I also wanted to make a note that while it's helpful to share that some collaborators have lived experience with within the LGBTQIA+ communities, the term non-white has little meaning. Ideally, data about key constituencies served would be reported by sharing aggregated data about lived experience with specific communities. Applicant shares accessibility support offered to singers, but doesn't really share how audience members are accommodated beyond ADA requirements. I'll take the note from the last thing about accessibility and how we need to look at that Jesus shared. Programmatic reach, applicants' response focuses exclusively on singers and hired contractors within key constituency groups. I wish that there had been more information about how PV hopes to market to audience members of those same constituencies. I would say that the applicant doesn't have a clear marketing plan to retain existing audiences or reach new audiences within those key constituency groups. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. And before we move on to the secondary, just to clarify, the comment I had previously made was about the accessibility question that it states, does your proposal include specialized programming or accommodations for individuals with disabilities? So just for the applicant, either watching now or a recording what that comment was in reference to. With that being said, secondary, Chloe?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I had everything in there. There's two things I'd like to add. They're pretty small. I do appreciate that you are making accommodations for autistic people. I think that's really cool. And I think it's interesting that you're looking to perform in non-church spaces because those are not the best environment for everybody. But other than that, I agree with everything that Sue said. So
Thank you, Sue and Chloe. Any other perspectives, feedback, comments from other panelists?
If there are no additional comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Chloe, Alka, Onyx, and Zell and Sue. All right, next application up for review is Texas Strings Camp. Zell and Onyx are our primary and secondary. And Zell, whenever you are ready to begin.
Texas String Festival and Camp, intensive summer program for young musicians ages 6 through 25 with beginner, emerging, and advanced divisions. Renowned faculty, comprehensive instructors, concludes with a free public concert showcasing classical masterpieces. Their mission is their primary production revolves around a 10-day educational festival offering immersive learning, skill development, and connections with peers and mentors worldwide. We prioritize delivering the highest caliber of complex classical music performances, foster student growth and confidence. Our rigorous training emphasizes diversity, equity, inclusion to create lifelong changing experiences for participants. What I found interesting in their history of service is that they said that they've been in service since 2014, but only in 2023 did they create a program central to philosophy of programming is our commitment is actively recruit and provide access to aspiring musicians from underrepresented and marginalized communities, including African-American, Hispanic, Latinx, LGBTQ, low socioeconomic status, and persons with disabilities. And in 2023, is when they celebrated a diverse festival. So from 2014 to 2023, it felt like they really weren't reaching these communities that are at our priority in this grant cycle. Also, they never really talk about how they market or where they're getting the kits from. And so I had a question about that. And given that they say that they work with a lot of Hispanic kids, but a lot of Hispanic kids are being pushed to the margins of Austin. So I had a question of transportation accessibility because they are focused at the University of Texas. And so I'm trying to imagine a child being able to be brought to the University of Texas and then picked up from the University of Texas for 10 days straight during the summertime. So I had a question in regards to that. And I felt like they really didn't make specific their key constituencies. They were very broad in identifying who those key constituencies were. And in one of my notes, I had the narrative was a little fuzzy in the history and hard to tell the history. Also, they didn't list how or where they get the kids. They listed underserved, but transportation is an issue for some kids. That could be a barrier. I felt like they were very clear and open in their cultural leadership. So I rated them very highly there. The intersectionality, they identified that as something that being top in their mission statement, but it was kind of hard to find where the intersection was happening because they were broad in their identity of who their key constituencies were. And then their community relationships, I would have liked to have more information on some of the schools that they're working with. That would have been really awesome to identify some of the schools or ways that they're reaching out to these kids who are underserved. And that's, I'll leave it open at that, so.
Thank you, Zell. Secondary, Onyx?
I agree with everything. I don't have much to add other than when it comes to the intersectionality section, they do mention they actively promote and embrace diverse intersectional identities among their participants, aiming to inspire the next generation of classical musicians from underrepresented backgrounds. They address barriers faced by historically marginalized communities. And while they did not mention intersectionality in that context, at the same time, I struggle to understand how they center people from communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. So I struggle a little bit with that section. And then when it comes to accessibility, I also mentioned while the answer in the proposal places a strong emphasis on inclusivity and accessibility, it lacked specificity as far as how they actively provide specialized programming and accommodations for individuals with disabilities. So those are all my added notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Zell and Onyx. Other perspectives, feedback, comments from the panelists?
To me, this application seemed, didn't seem from all the answers rooted in serving the community. It was really a kind of teaching students and then having a concert with the students. And so I rated them also pretty much like going by what Zell said. And I felt like they could have benefited from specifying, maybe it is true, but it's not specified in the application, that their leadership is actually representative of the marginalized communities that they want to serve or they are talking about serving. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Anyone else? Comments?
If there are no further comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Onyx, Chloe, Alka, and Sue. All right, next application up for review is the Alchemy Theater. Sue and Alka are our primary and secondary. And Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sorry, I just had a little blip. So could you hold for a second? I'll be right back with you.
Yes, that is fine. A reminder to the applicants either watching live or the recording later, the panelists have reviewed all of their applications and tentatively scored and commented on them. They may or may not change their scores depending on the feedback from the other panelists. We are timing the applications 10-minute max for review of each application, but that time will not start until the primary starts giving their feedback.
Thank you, Jesus. You're very good at vamping. I appreciate that.
That is a technical theater term for those of you not in the theater world. I don't know, I know some theater. So, but Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, sorry, just one more little glitch here. I'm having a little computer issue, so just one more moment.
Sure. And we are doing good on time. This is, we will be taking a lunch break after this application. On our website, we are scheduled to have lunch at noon. So we are pretty much on schedule with where we're at. So if we need a few moments to bring up the application, get the notes, that is fine. All right. And Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Great. I'm just checking to make sure I'm not on mute. Okay, great. So the applicant's mission is to present stories with fierce, resonant truth in an intimate and inclusive environment with professionalism and in compelling collaboration with quality theater artists at large. this mission is not described specifically as being rooted in serving communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement or have been institutionally marginalized. They're hoping through their project to secure a rehearsal and performance space for future seasons. An in-kind donation of theater space has enabled Alchemy to affordably offer shows and programming to Austin community. And they do mention that they're at risk of losing their performance space, and they're hoping that this grant will help them with that. Under the history of service, I do wish that the applicant had shared a little bit more information about how their history is rooted in or evolved to center even key constituencies with lived experience that we're talking about within the Elevate guidelines. And under cultural leadership, again, it would be great to have aggregated data in this section so that we could assess whether there's a connection between the audience served and the leadership of an organization, but that was not provided here. Community voice, the project does not explain specifically how the community voices are included, although they, excuse me, they talk about involving community at readings through their other productions, and then the audience offers feedback through that, and they amplify voices through community events and talkbacks after productions. So those are some ways that they talk about community voice. There's a planned effort under cultural activities and relevance. There's a planned effort toward engaging at-risk youth. With our upcoming production of Pipeline, they'll offer free shows to youth who are vulnerable to the school to prison pipeline. We hope to continue this practice in our upcoming season and beyond. This is I would say this is an equity consideration, but I did not see a lot of discussion about how they were working within key constituencies within their activities. When they talk about their policies that are in line with actually like federal law to not to consider equal opportunity employment opportunities, but it does not add any more information for us as far as assessing their activities within the priorities of the Elevate program. Under opportunity creation, the applicant names individuals who have important roles within the organization's programming, and there is some connection to their lived experiences within key constituencies. I would have appreciated a little bit more information here. They talk about intersectionality being a key component of the Alchemy Theater's organization activities, and I think you probably can make an argument for theater in general having some kind of intersectionalities embedded into it as part of the work of where theaters typically lie, but they do talk about again the Pipeline production that they're going to be bringing forward soon. But beyond that, there isn't a lot of discussion around vulnerabilities. Sorry that my dog is barking. And I think I'm gonna stop there. I don't have anything else that is of note besides programmatic reaches not described as far as the marketing plan very, very well, and how they would reach existing or new audiences within key constituencies. And yeah, that's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. Secondary, Alka?
I'll start from the bottom. I thought their budget was really had enough details to clearly understand all the components of the proposal. you know, the budget history and the deficit was explained, so that was very satisfactory. There, I'm not going to repeat what Sue said. She covered most of my points here, so I'll just keep saying. I think she did say that the language accessibility, the proposed activities do not provide specialized adaptations or services for non-English speaking communities. So I did take some points of accessibility. Most of the things, I think I have similar notes. I did feel like for the intersectionality piece, I did feel like they'd given us enough examples for me to feel like their programming did reflect that. You know, it wasn't just the pipeline program that they refer to, but they also refer to another one that they're done with, I think the Alzheimer's community. Yes, there's a production of Waverly Gallery, a poignant play that illuminates a family struggle with Alzheimer's, and then they go into that. Then there is something they worked with children in school. So I felt like that they had at least they do not mention specifically any programs with specific communities which are marginalized or at a risk of cultural erasure, though that's definitely noted. I felt that the proposal centered, you know, in their cultural activities and relevance section, they were serving and elevating diverse arts, not necessarily one cultural community. So I did like the programming that they do. You know, I appreciated them having including a link to their website. It's very clearly laid out, you know, their past work, their upcoming work, you know, so that was all very easy and accessible. And I think that kind of helps in some way when you have such a public facing website. So it helps with your outreach, even though it's not specifically mentioned in their application, it was inferred from their website. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you both. Any other perspectives or comments from panelists? We have just about 2 minutes on this one.
Yeah, I think that I think it would have made the application stronger for their outreach programs if they could have been a little more descriptive on that and where they did that outreach program, who they worked with, because they listed 100 Black Men of Austin as one of their partners. But is this a partner coming up on the pipeline project, or is it something where you worked where you gave kids school supplies? So just how that all happened, a little more information on that would have made it a little stronger.
Thank you, Zal. Anyone else?
If there are no further comments, I will remind the panel we have just under a minute left. There was a comment about disaggregated data, and the applicants do provide that for board and I believe for staff as well. It is not seen by the panelists. It is seen by the Economic Development Department, just so we have that as part of our data collection. So just keep that in mind while you are scoring the applications. And with that being said, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you've done so. Zel, Alka, Chloe, Onyx, and Sue. All right. And that was our last application before lunch, as I mentioned earlier. So we are doing pretty good on schedule. It's 11:51. We were scheduled to take lunch at noon. So we will just come back at 1 o'clock, since that is what is listed on our website for when our lunch break will be and when we will resume the afternoon session. So panelists and facilitators, everyone on the call will have their cameras turned off while we are at lunch. And when you come back a little bit before 1 o'clock, if you can turn your cameras back on. All right, and we are back from lunch for the organization panel 2, day 2. I'm going to repeat some of the stuff that I said this morning, just so we can kind of lay the ground rules for those of you who may not have been here this morning. So again, my name is Jesus Pantel. I am the Cultural Funding Supervisor here in the City of Austin Economic Development Department's Cultural Arts Division. We have Maya Williams-Britton running the slides, and we have Rachel Osgood from the Long Center helping as our third-party administrator with tech support. We also have Jen Margulies, our outside equity facilitator, making sure that we center equity in our work here, both staff and the panelists in our review of these pilot Elevate programs. Again, this is organization panel 2, so it's nonprofit organizations with budgets between $43,000 to $134,000. Panelists have reviewed all applications prior to today, and they have tentatively scored and made comments on them. They can change their scores during this session, depending on feedback from the other panelists, but are not required to do so. They have 10 minutes max per application. I will be timing the application, and if we have any technical difficulties, we will pause the recording or pause the timer so that way the application gets the full time that it is allotted. We have asked the panelists not to repeat any comments that have already been stated, so only to give new comments that have not been stated, or just to expand upon something that maybe there wasn't enough detail that a previous panelist had commented on. We are not scoring on consensus, so panelists can have diverging views on an application. That is fine. Again, they can change their scores based on feedback from the other panelists, but we're not trying to change minds to make a panelist change their score to what we would want it to be. We have asked the panelists not to announce numeric score, but instead to provide an overall application comments. And those comments should be in alignment with the review criteria, not bringing any outside information in that's not in the grant application, other than if they visit the website, which they were not required to do so, but they could if they wanted to. Obviously, if it was in your work sample, then they would have had to have visited your website. They can also use firsthand experience. If they are familiar with your organization or have seen your work, they can take that into consideration to offer more nuance when providing comments for the application. We have also asked that they look beyond grantsmanship to the extent possible. They may make comments that it was hard to find information, but if they did have to hunt for it and did eventually find it elsewhere, we ask that they consider that they did find the information when they were scoring your application. Finally, we will have a couple of conflicts of interest this afternoon. And so panelists with conflicts will recuse themselves from the live review, and they have not provided scores for those applications. So when we're determining the final score, we will average the scores from the other panelists, not from the one that had the conflict. So their score, will not count against you. It's not being considered at all. We will ask that they turn off their camera while they are being recused while that application is being scored. We will finalize scores and make sure all scores are finalized before we ask the panelists to come back with the conflict of interest. With that being said, we will begin our review from lunch. The first application up for review is Dorf. Sue and Onyx are our primary and secondary, and the 10-minute max time will not start until the primary starts giving their comments. So Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. I'm just going to have a sort of a long part in the front because I think it's important to get the sort of the context of this group. Dorf is an artist-run nonprofit located in Austin, Texas. They're an experimental space that produces culturally and socially responsive art programming. DORF was established to support and promote Texas-based artists, build arts-based community partnerships, and advocate for the art community. After 7 years of producing arts programming at their in-home garage gallery, DORF will be relocating to a new home in a South Lamar storefront, which was negotiated as creative space with the help of former council member Ann Kitchen, who advocated for DORF due to their programming history. This free space was donated through an agreement between the city and developers. The space will be rent-free with a 10-year lease and is designated rent-free space for arts community, for arts nonprofits in perpetuity by city ordinance. I thought that was interesting and needed to be shared. As far as their mission goes, DORF seeks to elevate support for public exhibitions, paid internships, development, and administrative costs. Their key constituents are artists, cultural workers, and Austin's creative community. And they seek to amplify voices of underserved communities by featuring work from individuals with diverse racial, economic, and social backgrounds. DORF says they specifically partner with others to amplify underserved communities. That's central to their programming, but they don't expressly state that the mission is rooted in serving communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. In their history of service, DORF opened in 2016 in response to the space crisis in Austin. The history of service coupled with the work samples show a consistent history of a social justice approach. And they talk about some exhibitions that talked about trans and non-binary issues, as well as voter suppression and politics. They don't state that they program exhibitions exclusively for communities rooted in a lived experience of at risk of cultural erasure. Their leadership, they report that they plan to have a majority BIPOC LGBTQIA plus board by 2025. But since the applicant supplied their website, I did some reading through their online bios, and it clarified that some of the applicants' administrative and creative leadership has a deeply rooted cultural understanding and lived experience within key constituencies. And then as far as creative voice or community voice, sorry, they are focusing that response on an internship project where they're engaging a committee made up of Austinites, including multi-generational BIPOC and LGBTQIA voices. That group will be responsible for selecting the artists, it looks like. I did want to learn more about how these diverse community voices are involved through this committee, and perhaps that they help with the development of the project up front, not just with the selection of the artists or later assessing impact or gathering feedback, but helping with the development of the project itself. Under cultural activities, that internship project also certainly fits within one of their cultural activities that they do. It will have some long-lasting benefits for communities who are participating in that. So I think that they're describing how they've elevated the city's diverse arts and culture sector through that and through their response under opportunities, which I'll get to in a second. Intersectionality, they write that they've created opportunities for vulnerable and marginalized artists who are part of BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus communities who are also what they describe as economically disadvantaged. And then through the community relationships, the application shows an investment from the community that's a balance of asset and relationship-based contributions. The example of the public-private partnership that they now have secured with their 1,000 square foot rent-free space is a great example of a community relationship and a partnership. And I hope it's an example that other people in the city can take advantage of. As far as opportunity creation, DORF explains that they've distributed over $20,000 to support artists and organizations doing crucial social justice and cultural equity work. in the community, and they have this upcoming internship opportunity with emerging artists, as well as an upcoming public art opportunity for a single artist. They didn't name what community they seek this artist to come from, but they did mention this opportunity, and that gallery space will be a safe space for vulnerable and marginalized artists. Under accessibility, they talk about training that they've done in this realm, and they talk about a level of commitment that they're going to be committing to in their 23-24 operating budget, including sign language interpreting services, open and closed captioning, large print labels and brochures, audio descriptions, and assistive learning services, which was great to see. They did mention under ESL that Spanish language will be supported in the new space. And then under programmatic reach, they're going to be working with a consulting professional to create a clear marketing plan to retain existing audiences and reach new audiences within communities that have disproportionately experienced cultural erasure and displacement. So with that, I think I will close my comments.
Thank you, Sue. Secondary, Onyx?
I don't have much to add other than this was one of my top highest scored applications. I felt they did a very good job at answering all the questions with a lot of intentionality, and I appreciated the way they want to involve their alumni, the internship program. They are in a moment of transition, and they also highlighted, at least one thing that I wanted to highlight, that I wanted to mention, is that they highlight intersectionality through their exhibitions. One example of the way they described this was through working with specific communities that have been impacted by some of the themes of the exhibitions. For example, one of the themes related to the experience of sexual assault survivors. And then another note that I felt that could be beneficial for the application was to clarify in the budget section the space fees, as I was confused with what space fees refer to as they are moving to their new space. I was assuming that perhaps I was confused, and I was not sure if this could perhaps mean that this fees relate to their current space. And I also wish there was more specificity regarding the breakdown of pay for the internship program. So those were my notes.
Thank you. And I see, Jesus, that we have about 2 minutes left. Do other panelists have comments, perspectives, feedback to offer?
I would have liked to see more specific names or groups on how they're dealing with this scholarship. Are they working with a school? Who are they seeking out for that amazing opportunity? And I know that they listed Safe Alliance as one of their partners, but I wish to be able to put more information on that, and what specific group with Safe Alliance are they working with? Are they working with youth? Are they working with adults? So it's just I needed more information on their partnership. Seemed amazing on paper, but they weren't really specific about a lot of things, and so that was a reason for some of my scores.
Thank you, Zell. Anyone else in the little under a minute we have left?
There are no further comments from the panel. If you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so.
While y'all are doing that, I do just want to remind everybody who's watching that panelists did review each application on its own merits in relation to the review criteria and not in comparison with one another.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Sue. That application is completed. So next application up for review is Austin Gay Men's Chorus, Chloe and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin.
So the Austin Gay Men's Chorus is Austin's largest tenor and bass chorus. They welcome members and allies of the LGBTQIA community who sing in tenor or bass vocal range. Season 35 features 2 major shows, their holiday show in December 2023 and their spring show in May 2024, along with public appearances for community groups and events. So I want to say that I think that they've done historically like amazing work for the gay community ever since the AIDS epidemic. Creating a place for representation, singing at funerals, and educating those outside the LGBT community was very essential at the time of its creation. And I'm very happy to see that they have evolved to include all members of the LGBTQ plus community, as well as seeking more BIPOC members. But since this is an LGBT-based organization, I think something I would change is how slightly broad their proposal is. I feel like it's important to get specific within the community if their missions and key constituencies category mention that the LGBTQ plus community has suffered many forms of institutionalized marginalization, and if they're going to make that their overall key constituency. I feel like it's important to acknowledge that the gay men typically have more safe spaces and bars and representation, because they did mention West 4th Street and their physical appearance there. They do seek to serve all members of the LGBTQ plus community, which is awesome. But at the moment, trans Texans are currently at risk for cultural erasure and displacement in Austin within recent legislation and conservative media coverage. I think I would have scored higher in the opportunity creation section if I saw things about uplifting trans men and helping them find their voice as well as their own musical voice through transition. I think it's a great way to consider intersectionality when thinking about these people who are currently at risk of cultural erasure beyond just inviting everybody from the LGBTQ plus community, since every part of the LGBTQ community has a different lived experiences. And then I would say, additionally, trans people of color are also in danger of being culturally erased. I also would have scored higher if the organization showed an interest in providing safe spaces for individuals who are potentially seeking trans violence is very real, and kind of just work beyond seeking members of color and go into detail and think about how you're tying their stories and lived experiences to your community and organization. I just think there are a lot of ways that they could look at the LGBTQ plus community and create opportunities for them. They just need to take 2 steps back and think about every letter. Opening the choir to LGBTQ plus and BIPOC communities is only going to do so much. They just have to find ways to invite them that will allow them to bring something to the experience. In their history of service, they mentioned being a surrogate family for those who have been rejected by their own biological families. I feel like this is an awesome opportunity to mentor and provide support for marginalized members. I just feel like their course has a lot of potential that just isn't really being explored. And aside from that, some minor things. They provide language accommodations for the ASL community, but it wasn't clear if they do anything for like Spanish-speaking communities. Their programmatic reach section was a little bit too broad. They go into the technical side of marketing and how this funding will support the diversity of Austin's cultural arts community, but they don't really specify how they're specifically going to reach new audiences. But overall, I have a ton of respect for this organization, and I think they've had a history of just doing really great things. So that's what I got.
Thank you, Chloe. Secondary, Zell?
The only thing that I would add to that is in terms of their marketing, because if they're trying to reach folks that are of color, they're on the outskirts. So there was no specific plan on how to reach areas like Pflugerville or Hayes or Elgin or Manor in any of those areas in terms of marketing or reaching out to those communities. But that's all I got. That's all I would add to it. Everything else will be repeated at this point. Great job, Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Zell. Any other perspectives, comments, additions from other panelists?
While we're seeing if other panelists have new comments to make, I just want to remind the applicants in attendance that we have asked the panel not to repeat anything that has already been said. So if they have new comments to add, we would ask them to do that, but not to repeat anything that has already been stated. So if there are no new comments to add from the panel, If you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell and Chloe, Onyx, Alka and Sue. All right, next application up for review is Prizer Arts and Letters. Chloe and Alka are our primary and secondary. I know Chloe's going back to back, so if you need a second or so to bring up the application, again, the timer will not start until the primary begins giving their comments. Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin, and hopefully you'll be more eloquent.
I got it all pulled up. So Prizer Artists and Letters, for 7 years, they have produced a year-round engaging visual literary programming that brings together a multiplicity of constituencies and gives agency to and highlights the art and writing of those experiencing institutional marginalization and systemic inequality. They are seeking funding to amplify the visibility of their programming, to provide payment to the artists and writers who make this programming possible, and increase staff hours to hire for help with development and marketing. I think they have a lot of interesting programming. I really liked the collaboration with Girl Forward. I thought that was really cool, teaching them how to use the camera, giving it to them to take home, and then having that one studio print all the pictures out for free. And I think the only couple of things I would see that might need improvement are the disability accommodations. I think they've only really considered people in wheelchairs and providing large font text. I'd really be interested in seeing more kind of things like ASL interpreter at your art classes. I do see that you're going to hire a universal design consultant though, so I think that's just a great opportunity to improve. And I think overall, it's really nice to see that you are providing free studio space for some artists, and it's nice to see that your leadership has lived in East Austin for several years.
Thank you, Chloe. Secondary, Alka.
Agree with everything Chloe said. I also rated this this application high. I did find it was a strong application. And I probably just kind of thought they could do more in the accessibility and marketing sections. I did really like the details they gave us in terms of actual programming, their cultural leadership and how it's explained, and who's on their board and from where, and their community voice, which talks about programs where they get a lot of community feedback, and that's really what the programming is. They're creating things out of lived experiences of the constituents that they serve. So yeah, I don't really have any other additional comments. That's it. I do have a note which says the website was not very informative on the events and programs being offered. So maybe there's some space for them to have more information available clearly on their website, but that's like a minor point in the overall application. That's it.
And Jen, you're muted. I see you're speaking, but
Thank you. Sorry. Alka, thank you. Chloe, thank you. Other perspectives, comments from other panelists?
seeing as Alka, were you about to say something?
Yeah, and this isn't, I mean, this is based on what I see on their website, on the applicant's website, but it's, for many other applicants as well. I think having social media handles on the websites is a wonderful way in which you could possibly direct people who come to your website or find your website to the work that you've been doing or the events you've been having or the community that supports you. So I just had that note saying it's a small thing. If there's any way to add that to their presence. It just kind of helps the organization.
And just as a reminder, of course, the marketing plan section of the application is scored based on the scoring criteria and the review criteria. So I think, as Jesus mentioned earlier in this afternoon session, that a website isn't a requirement, although it might have been included in the work sample. But so sometimes the panelists will just offer general suggestions, but I just wanted to make a reminder about how the scoring works separately from that. Any other comments, y'all?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Olga, Sue, and everybody else. Okay. Next application up for review is Lola, Local Opera, Local Artists. Chloe and Onyx are our primary and secondary. And Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin.
So Lola gives local artists opportunities to perform with and connect to other local artists while engaging with their community through the operatic art form at a high level while dismantling elitist stigmas. I'll say that it was really cool to see that you ensure that 70% of your cast and crew are female identifying and or from historically underrepresented communities. Aside from that, though, I have some places that could use a little bit more improvement. I think going in and I'm looking at the application right now, I do kind of have a hard time figuring out your key constituencies. It's like you cater to the people, like they ensure that they have like a 70% a cast and crew, all that stuff, but it was difficult to figure out who exactly their key constituencies are. Their audiences, they mentioned LGBT and BIPOC communities, but that's really it. Let's see what else. I think in their history of service category, I felt like it would have been better to actually hear more about their history explained instead of just listing out the events they've done. Having these events described a little bit better would have clarified if your goal was to serve marginalized communities from the start or if you've evolved to serve them. For their cultural leadership, it would have been nice to hear how their board members have lived experiences. They do have numbers as like listed, but that's just personally from the applications that I've seen that I've really enjoyed. I like hearing about the board member, their lived experience specifically instead of listing them as a number. For their community voice section, it was hard to tell how the artists and community voices are specifically involved in the creative direction from the start. When it comes to opportunity creation, it would have been nice to see more opportunities or programming directly for that 70% you mentioned in your mission. And finally, for the programmatic reach section, it does go into detail how it will directly support the cultural arts community, but they don't have a super clear marketing plan. But other than that, things look pretty good.
Thank you, Chloe. Secondary, Onyx?
I agree with everything that has been shared. A few just additional notes without repeating. I did note that in the accessibility ESL section, they do mention that their upcoming audition announcement will be in both Spanish and English, as well as their printed and online programs moving forward. They also are collaborating with Giant Squid Group, a consulting agency, to help them in their intersectionality goals through a intersectional and feminist and anti-racist lens. So I wanted to highlight that. And then finally, another thing that I wanted to note is in their programmatic reach section, I appreciated the response included an emphasis in their programmatic reach being focused on raising pay for their artists and how they describe raising pay for their artists as their North Star. So I just wanted to highlight that. Other than that, those are all my notes.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Onyx. Other comments from other panelists?
Seeing as there are no new additional comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell and Chloe, Sue, Alka, Onyx. All right. Next application up for review is Austin Jewish Film Festival. Zell and Sue are our primary and secondary, and Zell, whenever you're ready to begin.
Give me 1 second. It just decided to take its time.
Sure. And as a reminder for those watching either live or the recording later, the 10-minute application max time for review does not start until the primary starts giving their comments.
The Austin Jewish Film Festival celebrates its 21st year with in-person screenings taking place primarily on the Dale Jewish Community Campus over 2 weekends between November 3rd and 13th. Following the in-person presentations, most of the feature films and short movies will be available for online viewing from November 14th through the 20th. This location brings significant benefit to the community with abundant free parking and enhanced security. 2 screens will be available, offering a choice of films. Let me get to my notes. Overall, I felt this was a solid application. I felt that the mission was very clear and who their key constituencies were very clearly identified. The history I felt was very solid on the services that they have provided for the amount of time that they've been doing it. Cultural leadership, I gave it a really high score because I felt like the folks there had lived experience with the specific group that they're dealing with. I felt that they involved the community almost at every stage of the process. Cultural activities, I said they focused on Jewish stories, but stated that they looked for films dealing with any kind of hate, would have liked to see more examples of those films that they have screened in the past and dealing with hate and racism or other organizations. I think it would have been stronger for them to have organizations that there are or places where they're seeking out films that are dealing with hate and racism for all communities. I think that would have made it really strong. Intersectionality, based off this narrative, I didn't feel that they supported a lot of intersectionality just based off the narrative that possibly could be within the films they're telling, but based off the narrative, I didn't read that. Opportunity creation and community benefit. I felt that they were really benefiting their community and their constituencies again. Accessibility, I felt like they went ADA and above. And in terms of the language accessibility, they have a plan for non-English speaking films and making audio subtitles in Hebrew, which I thought was very strong. And the programmatic reach, I felt like their marketing plan was very clear and direct. That's all I have.
Thank you, Zell. Secondary, Sue?
I agree with everything that Zell said, and I don't have a lot to add, but I did want to just recognize that the applicant did point in intersectionality and in other areas to the current hostility and prejudice towards a minority Jewish community that's on the rise in Austin and throughout Texas, and how critical it is to disseminate a positive message of inclusivity to all communities across the city. I thought that was a very valuable thing. I thought about that hard when I was looking at this work. Beyond that, I just agree with what Zell had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Zell and Sue. Other panelists, feedback, perspectives, comments to share? Onyx, were you unmuting?
Sorry. I'm good.
All good.
You're good. Okay. If there are no further comments from the panel, again, looking for additional comments that have not already been stated. Seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Alka, Chloe, Onyx, Zell, and Sue. All right, next application up for review is the Stage Austin. Onyx and Sue are our primary and secondary. And Onyx, whenever you are ready to begin.
One second, I'm just pulling up my notes. 1 second. Oh man. Apologies. I got them and then they got lost and trying to get them back.
No problem. And just a reminder, in case the applicant is not watching live, we are recording these, and if you are watching live or if you're recording, we have a 10-minute maximum time for each application, but that time does not start until the primary starts making their comments.
Okay, so Sage Austin's mission is to inspire local community through theater that is accessible, affordable, and socially conscious. The vision statement is to build a sustainable theater model producing high quality work by local artists who are compensated fairly and treated ethically. Stage Austin strives to produce innovative work that appeals to BIPOC and LGBTQIA+ audiences, tourists, and the general public, and to foster low costs and free programming for groups in danger of cultural erasure. Overall, I felt their mission, as well as vision and history, was fair. It provided like a good foundation. However, in the cultural leadership section, I don't believe their leadership, based on their response, accurately represents the key constituencies they claim to serve. They, for instance, mention a consultant who represents the African American community and is responsible for the community outreach portion to local African American groups. Based from this response, I felt that it seemed like a very large task for just one person to do outreach for, in this case, the African American community. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then for community voice section, they actively amplify community voices by inviting project proposals and ideas from diverse range of individuals. And they mentioned that they involve them in the creative direction through rigorous assessment and recommendations, resulting in a dynamic and inclusive programming. So some examples they provide are how scripts will be read by BIPOC and LGBTQIA actors in front of live audiences. So this is one example, one opportunity for the audience to be engaged and have a little bit more involvement. Audience participation is also obtained through voting for their favorite script. And then the script that's selected gets a free production for 2 performances in the new theater space. 2 of the proposed season shows were ideas proposed by the community. So I thought that was a good example of how to get the community more involved. I'm going to zoom in into my notes because I use a tool, and so I had to make the font super, super tiny. And so I'm going to try to expand it so I can read it easily, but this might cause the cells to shift. So just please give me 1 second so I can just see them clearly. 1 second.
Yes, and I have paused the timer while you are doing that, and we will continue the timing of the application once you either let me know, Onyx, or once you just start giving the comments.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, so for their cultural activities, I felt that they provided a strong answer. They mentioned how the proposed activities include a diverse season of shows. And they also provide rental subsidies for other arts organizations facing displacement. They have an African American Play Festival. And based on all of these examples, I felt that they answered this section accurately and efficiently. They mentioned they embrace intersectionality as a key component of their activities by addressing the vulnerabilities and challenges faced by individuals who belong to marginalized communities. And they also mentioned their commitment to equitable hiring practices as well. I felt that in this section, just with the previous section that was a little bit more specific, I feel like the intersectionality section could have benefited from more of the specific examples instead of just saying this is what we do, a little bit more of how does this relate to how we do with intersectionality, how we do that with intersectionality in mind. And then a few more notes with the disability component is that they mentioned their desire to learn more about providing accommodations, not only for the disability community, but more specifically for providing accommodations for children with disabilities and adults with autism. So I felt that that was another good, at least honest desire to learn more. And currently their accessibility accommodations, provide or are in compliance with the ADA accommodation. So I felt like even though it wasn't as strong of an answer, I felt that their desire to learn more and curiosity, I felt that that was something that I think was also relevant to that section. And similarly with accessibility for ESL, they mentioned they're interested in providing super titles. I think this is a typo. I think it's subtitles in Spanish as well as English in future sessions. So again, it's more like we hope, we want to, but it's not like this is what we are doing already. So I just wanted to make that clear too. Those were all my notes. I wrote a ton of notes, and so I hope that some of these can be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyx. Before we move on to the secondary, I do not recall the specific difference, but I know there is a difference between subtitles and super titles. So if a panelist or anyone else knows the difference and can, I know there's a difference. I don't know what it is. So not a typo. We have about 3.5 minutes left. Sue, secondary, any additional comments that you would like to add?
Yeah. So under history of service, I just wanted to note that it appears from their response that they're evolving to serve key constituency, particularly the non-binary community that they're mentioning through their programming and through the work that they're doing behind the scenes as well. Under cultural activities, I really appreciated the offering of free and low cost space to displaced arts organizations in danger of cultural erasure. I believe this clearly describes how they're seeking to elevate the city's diverse arts and culture sector. Under intersectionality, I thought it was interesting how they described some of the intersectionalities, and actually told a story about the cast experiencing some protests during drag and LGBTQIA community, against the drag and LGBTQIA plus community during production. So that's something that they contend with in, you know, in intersecting vulnerabilities. They talked about the training that they do under opportunity creation and the mentoring, but they don't highlight hiring professionals from communities at risk of cultural erasure, which I would love to see something like that. I was glad to see that they offer the other opportunities for education and creation. Let's see. The only other thing is that under the ESL that they don't have them. I was sorry to see that they don't have the means to offer the services for ESL, and would hope that they are able to find the budget for that soon. That's it.
Thank you, Onyx and Sue. Any other comments from other panelists? So,
Yeah, really quickly, the idea of having this Black Theater Festival, but not listing who you're going to be reaching out to, or where you're going to try to find these writers, and based off your leadership, it just presented issues of tokenism for me. So that was really scheduled.
thank you, Zal. Other comments, additions?
I had a quick comment. I did find this application a strong application, and they got a high score from me. But the note I have here is that, and this is a Jesus question, maybe more, is that their 990 shows that taxes were filed under a different name. They're called Trusted Obscurity. But nowhere in the application does the Stage Austin refer to itself as Trusted Obscurity. So I'm just wondering, is it a sponsored project of Trusted Obscurity, which is the nonprofit, and the Stage Austin is not actually a nonprofit group? But I wasn't very clear on that, and I just wanted to note that.
We have 10 seconds, so I will look into that. I normally do that live. Any final comments in the 5 seconds we have left? If there are no further comments, please finalize your scores, and we will look into maybe it's just a DBA versus the official legal name. Jen, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a general equity reminder now that we've moved on from that particular application, that often in small nonprofits, especially those that are run by individuals in marginalized communities, you might see small amounts of volunteers or staff doing large amounts of work. That's not uncommon. So while the amount being accomplished may raise eyebrows, it's important to gauge an application based on the work that has been demonstrated, on proof of the outreach or programming that's accomplished, if that proof is provided, rather than a judgment on how feasible it seems for staff to accomplish something. So just a general reminder about that's one of the equity reminders about how programming might look a little bit different when you're reaching out to marginalized communities.
Thank you for
and
that.
it is always, of course, appropriate for panelists to make assessments based on what is demonstrated and shown in the application.
Definitely, yes. Thank you for both of those reminders, Jen. And if panelists completed their score for this application for the Stage Austin, yes, I see thumbs up. Chloe, Onyx, yes, okay. So that was the Stage Austin. Next application up for review is International Anointed Ministries. I believe this is I.A.M. Is their name, is how they're listed in portal. Onyx and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Onyx, whenever you are ready to begin.
So I.A.M.'s creative mission is to foster awareness and education to embrace African American heritage. And I think they did a good job in overall providing a description of their mission and history. However, in the cultural leadership section the answer covered who holds power, and while the individuals listed also include their educational background, community involvement, and qualifications, it doesn't provide how they represent community, their community. So that's something that I feel this particular section could have benefited from. In community voice section, the answer also mostly generally superficially covers how community is involved, and it doesn't fully answer exactly. Sorry, okay, I'm gonna start again. Okay, so the answer superficially covers how the community is involved, and I feel like this section could also benefit from the how component of the question. In addition to that, I also noted in the cultural activities section that the answer provided listed activities, but does not address, again, how these activities are relevant to the social cultural interests of the community. For example, part of the answer provided included proposed activities for the community and tourists includes talent shows, concert, music festivals, artistic exhibits, events like Taste of Texas, and so on. These functions not only allow participants to display their artistic talents and abilities, but also earn income and as they sell their products. So I feel like a little bit more of how is that relevant to the social cultural interest, I think could have benefited this section. Similarly, for intersectionality, I feel like I don't believe the question was answered fully. The answer in this section, for instance, covers how some participants have turned their life around or become more involved in their own lives, but not how that relates to intersectionality or the correlations of those changes with the organization. I do want to note that in the accessibility section, they mentioned they do contract with people that use sign language and other professionals that are trained and equipped to work with those having special needs. And they plan to provide assistive technology devices such as hearing loops, magnifying devices, and audio tools to help individuals with different disabilities to participate in their programs. They also contract with bilingual staff to help them offer programs and services to other non-English speaking communities. They currently have volunteers that speak multiple languages, and they list some of those, so I thought that was an interesting note. I thought their marketing plan and their programmatic reach was descriptive and was they answered the question efficiently, so I wanted to also highlight that. And those were my main notes. I felt like their budget materials were clear, and just some areas where I feel like the organization could have benefited from more specific in how, for example, some of the participants involved in their programs, if they have experience and positive aspect in their life, how does that connect to the programs in particular or the organization's mission? So I felt like that those were some areas that they could improve. Thanks.
Thank you. Zell?
Yeah, I think without repeating, I just feel like they could have really benefited from being more descriptive about where and how often these talent shows and all these things happen. Even on their work sample, it doesn't list an address. It just like has like a graphic and then like the mention of a talent show, and then it's like nothing else on the flyer for their work sample, no other information. So and the religious connotation under a lot of these in terms of the key constituents that they work with, it just was a little bit confusing. So I just needed more clarity in the narratives and more descriptive, especially about the groups that they work with. So and groups that they're choosing not to work with as well. So that I needed more information.
Thank you, Onyx and Zell. Other feedback, perspectives, comments from other panelists? Olga?
I have something similar to what Zal just said, and I have their website link didn't work because their work samples weren't very clear. Their website link didn't work. I tried to search for it, and then it doesn't even pull up anything in a Google search. So there was just no clear picture of the events in the proposal. You know, the venues, the people attending, how many events, where do they happen, and it gave me information about the two founders, but no real idea of the rest of the board of the nonprofit. You know, but they seem to be doing great work in their community and serving you know, a need, and that's it. So I didn't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Anyone else?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Chloe, Zell, Onyx, Sue, Alka. All right, and we are right about on schedule. We are scheduled to take a break, so we will pause the recording. We are back from break, and our next application up for review is Austin Symphonic Band. Onyx and Chloe are our primary and secondary, and Onyx, whenever you're ready to begin.
One second, I'm just pulling up my notes.
Sure. And again, the recording or the timer will not start until the primary starts giving their commentary.
Okay, so Austin Symphonic Band, their mission is they are a group of volunteer musicians who combine their talents and services to provide performances of artistic merit for the benefit of band members, audiences, and the Austin community. I struggle with this answer because they define their key constituencies in a vague way. As I mentioned, their primary key constituencies are musicians and music lovers of all ages and backgrounds in general. I feel like some, of course, being more specific about their key constituencies in this section could have added more emphasis to their answer. When it comes to their history of service, they have over 40-year history of performing in Austin, as well as representing Austin as a musical ambassador. Representing Austin as its musical ambassador at concerts, events, etc. The answer goes on to talk about general audiences and giving tickets to band members and how they plan performances at each location strategically. And overall, a good response. Sorry, a very general response that doesn't address the question beyond how the initial members were involved with the Austin Civic Orchestra. They have a long history, so some questions that I was asking myself, what are some things that could help this section? maybe some stories, how they have measured impact throughout that long history, how they have improved access, and so on. They mention for their cultural leadership that their membership is highly diverse, but do not provide specifics or breakdown of demographics. Rather, they state the various professions represented. Also, they mention a strong volunteer base and only a few staff roles are paid. They mention current roles that are paid are the music director, assistant music director, and business manager. This section begins with, as stated earlier, our membership is highly diverse and representative of the Austin community at large. Their previous director retired and was named director emeritus. I hope I'm saying that word right, or yeah. So my note in this section was mostly something that I noted related to their leadership, how 2 out of the 3 leadership roles are paid, and those 2 roles are at director level, and both of those roles, and the only paid roles, are currently occupied by men. The other role is a managerial level. And I struggle assessing this response because of the key constituencies are general constituency of music appreciators. And then they said more specifically students. It just created a lot of confusion for me. Similarly, with the intersectionality section, I wanted to mention that they mention, as stated earlier, ASB speaks to the community through the common language of music. And so its large constituency will naturally cross numerous intersectionalities. For example, an audience member who is low income with young children may find an ASB outdoor concert appealing. So I felt like overall this answer could have, it goes on and on, but I feel like overall this section could have benefited from, again, how they're seeing that example of somebody from a low income community coming to their concert and enjoying themselves versus somebody who is also from a low income community and not enjoying themselves. What are the differences? What are the intersectionality components there? So those are some notes that I had. Another thing too is that when it comes to specifically their opportunity creation, they do mention they have a robust involvement with mentorship and mentoring students. And another thing that I noted is that they bring up their YouTube videos a lot as resources, and they also mention those in the opportunity creation section. And even though I'm not a musician, it seems that these YouTube videos and the resources that they're putting out through these videos seem to be something that has been beneficial for their musician community. And then when it came to their accessibility section, based on the response provided, it seemed to me that there was some kind of lack of exploratory avenues for providing more accessibility accommodations. So, for example, the response includes performances can be fully enjoyed by those with vision impairment without accommodation. So it just seemed to me that it was a kind of like a limited response. So it was kind of like assuming that you can still enjoy it or perform all performances, even though you might have an impairment, in this case, like a visibility impairment. So those are my main notes for this section of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyx. Secondary, Chloe?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything Onyx just said. I would say that for their language accessibility, they also mentioned that since it's music, they don't need to have any sort of language accommodations. I would say that having Spanish-speaking ushers or front of house workers, if you use those, translated ads, I feel like no one is excused from language accommodations because there's always something that could be done because you are speaking in between the I guess because I think it says like brief program announcements between pieces. That's something. So, but other than that, that's what I had.
Thank you, Onyx and Chloe. Other feedback from other panelists?
I agree with their comments. I just have one note for community relationships. I have it says no mention of how the organization collaborates with the community. It only mentions the band members. So and it seems to be supported by the band members because they have a fee that they have to pay to, be a part of the group. So it's some more details about how their community is supporting them, or would have been nice to know.
Thank you. Any other perspectives, feedback, comments?
Seeing as there are no additional comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Sonia and Onyx, Sue, Zell, and Alka. All right, next application up for review is SIPM. I believe that's the School of Indian Percussion and Music, listed as SIPM here, so that's probably how it appears in Portal. Chloe and Alka are our primary and secondary, and Chloe, whenever you are ready to begin.
For Elevate 2023 through 2024, the School of Indian Percussion and Music will hold their 2023 season of semester-long courses, weekend workshops, student recitals, public concerts, and their celebrated event, World Music Unleashed. SIPM is proud to continue their work, which allows the living knowledge and practices of North Indian classical music to be passed to the next generation of their key constituency, Indian Americans living in Central Texas, and to be shared widely with the Austin public. So I think it's really cool that they offer a diverse artistic roster featuring leaders from a lot of backgrounds. I really like the idea of exploring the connection between Kathak and Spanish flamenco. That is an excellent way to invite more audiences to your events. It seems that all of your board members have a deeply rooted cultural history and understanding, and I think it's great that your senior students are involved in the creative process. I think the only place where they could improve is their opportunity creation. They mentioned that they have it's like 70-30 between boys and girls in their programs. It would be cool to see a little bit more targeted programs towards the girls. 30% is a pretty all right number, but it would be even better to see it at 50-50. But that's what I got.
Thank you, Chloe. Secondary, Alka?
I agree with everything Chloe said. I did rate this application really strong. I think it's a very well written application. I think it's promoting an art form for and by a culturally historically underfunded community, so it meets the Elevate requirements, and the work being done is extensive, and it's in the education field, but it's also in the community field. So that's a lot of organizations I've struggled with, and they're doing awesome work in one or the other. I mean, this organization seems to be doing both really well. So it's a good example of the community being served from within. Their board members and their teachers, everybody is part of the community. I also felt that in the intersectionality inclusion piece, they could probably include more other marginalized communities. And I appreciated the extra effort in having like a volunteer helping seniors at events and concerts for accessibility. But maybe there is scope for doing more. But otherwise, a really strong application.
Thank you, Chloe and Alka. Any other feedback from other panelists?
Seeing as there are no new additional comments, as we are not repeating what has been said by previous panelists, if there are no new comments to add, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Chloe, Onyx, Sue, and Alka. Next application up for review is Austin Jazz Workshop. Alka and Onyx are our primary and secondary, and Alka, whenever you are ready to begin.
So this is the Austin Jazz Workshop's mission is to perform for and with public school students to encourage their participation in band, orchestra, and choir programs, to uphold and promote American jazz tradition, and to enhance the quality of life of all ages through live performances, employing area musicians and collaborating with nonprofit organizations in Central Texas. Their mission doesn't explicitly mention a culturally marginalized community or one at a risk of cultural erasure, but digging in and reading more, they serve students in 3 school districts, the AISD, Round Rock, and Manor. And then they have a breakdown of the audiences that they serve, which is 62% Latino, 18% Black, 2% Asian American, 18% white, and 59% out of all of these are from lower income homes. So I read this application as this applicant as serving marginalized communities, and that's how I rated the entire application. So they're requesting funding for not their education initiative, but for presenting 24 shows in the community in 2 different locations over a period of 1 year. And these shows would have their students performing with pro musicians from their emerging jazz talent series. So this group was on hold since the COVID, according to them, and this group is kind of wanting to come back and do these community performances. So they're giving opportunities to their students who they're teaching at these 3 school districts to come and actually be a part of a real band and a real performance. It was good to see that they partnered with the Austin Federation of Musicians in their community relationships, and that helps them with greater visibility and support. But it would have been nice to see more details about support being provided to them by their volunteers or the community that they serve. In the opportunity creation section, it's wonderful that the opportunities that are being created for local musicians. But since they talk a lot about this whole access that the students have to professional musicians and a route and a path that those students have to actually go that route, it would have been nice if they had some stories of the students following that. And, so many of our students have decided to become musicians because of the work that we've been doing with them. In terms of accessibility, they write about doing a program in Rosedale School, which is a campus for young people with disabilities. which is amazing as a programming and, reaching out to, again, underrepresented communities. But I'm not sure that in terms of accessibility, that gives them, that they are providing accessibility to their patrons or people who are coming for their programming. Beyond that, all the school campuses are, ADA compliant, so they have that in their application. What else do I have? Overall, I did rate this application really high, and I appreciated the details that they provided in most of the sections, and the attachments were great. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Secondary, Onyx.
I agree with a lot of what was said. Just really quickly, try to be very okay. So let's see. With the cultural leadership landscape, I felt that the answer could have benefited from more description for not just who holds power, but how they represent the community beyond just their roles and education qualifications. I appreciated that throughout various responses, they provided data and demographics. This gave me an impression based on their answers and materials that they're intentional about getting to know their audience, the people they work with, the demographics. This was also exemplified in how they also structure some of their performances on Sundays, using Sunday as a key date that is accessible to most of their communities. And I appreciated how in the intersectionality section, based on the last part of their response, I believe they understood the question and answer in a succinct way. For instance, they mentioned our participants sit at the intersection of 3 marginalizations. They are minors, they are minority, and they are low income. AJW has made it our mission to reach at-risk youth wherever they may be, to give them means to participate in fun, forward-looking musical opportunities. I really appreciated that. It was short, but I really appreciated that answer. In the community relationship section, they partnered with Austin Federation of Musicians, Local 433, and they mentioned their commitment to fair pay, pension fund for those 64 and above, and this was also included in their budget, and that line item. And they mentioned they don't have a brick and mortar location to maintain. And so that's something that I kept in mind when I was reading the accessibility accommodations section. But just in the interest of time, these were my main. My last one was in the programmatic reach. I really appreciated how they're intentional about collecting, again, data and just being more intentional. For instance, at their events, they collect zip code, and as part of their plan, they mentioned the importance of word of mouth. They're building email lists, and they're just really exciting and building on this momentum, as currently they've been on pause for 3 years. And I feel like this is a key moment for this organization. So that's how I scored them.
Thank you very much, Olga and Onyx. Other feedback from other panelists? We have about 3 minutes. Anything new to add or different?
As there are no additional comments that have not already been stated, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Onyx and everybody else. All right. Next application up for review is Andrea Aerial Dance Theater. Chloe and Onyx are our primary and secondary. Zell has a conflict of interest with this application, so he will recuse himself, will not score this application, so we will average the scores of the other applicants to get to the final score. Zell will remain off camera until scores are finalized. Once all the other panelists have let me know their scores are finalized, we will invite Zell back. So again, Andrea Aerial Dance Theater, Chloe and Onyx are primary and secondary, and Chloe, whenever you're ready to begin.
So Andrea Aerial Dance Theater creates original multidisciplinary dance-based performances centered at the heart of their human experiences. They're working on a project called Borderless. It's a community project and a performance igniting the power of art to strengthen the power of the community by exploring human connections across ethnicities and cultures. So I think their program with Carver and Keeling Middle School sounds really interesting, and I'm glad that the students are part of the creative process while being mentored. Some places where I think improvement could happen. Your mission, the mission and key constituencies category was a tad confusing. I couldn't quite tell who the key constituencies were, because they say that they have an inclusive constituency of ensemble members, collaborating artists, audiences, and participants for programs at community centers and schools. And then go into talking about how they make it a priority that performers are inclusive of BIPOC and LGBT artists, but how are they specifically serving these artists? It wasn't super clear in this section. I'd have to triple check and make sure it wasn't anywhere else, but I would say that I think it also would have been nice to see how their board members have more lived experiences. I know Ariel gets mentioned in the history of what she's specifically done, but didn't really see anything else for the other members. Let's see. It's just important, so I know that you're creating programming like by and for the key constituencies that you might have. For the accessibility accommodations, it would just be great to have an ASL interpreter at workshops and performances, not just one major one, all of them if possible. Let's see what else. Yeah, just kind of going into that, not really talking about how you're specifically serving the BIPOC and LGBT performers. They just mentioned that they are there in several parts of the proposal. But overall, I do think there are some great programmings happening here. There are just a couple areas that might need a little bit of improvement.
I agree
Thank-
with, oh, sorry. I agree with everything that was said. I really appreciate the intentionality behind the projects that were mentioned. The Geyer project, or Gear, I'm not sure how to say it, but really interesting projects, and the same kind of enthusiasm and curiosity is present in the Borderless project, and that is, I think, palpable throughout the application. Although I think that when it comes to intersectionality, this is one area that, again, it could have improved. More clarity when it comes to the intersectionality component of the project. More specificity when it comes to community relationships, as I found the answer in this section to be vague. And I was unclear if the first part of the answer when it comes to the accessibility accommodations, sorry, I was unclear of the first part of their answer when it comes to disability accommodations. So I focus on the fact that the project and the programming including all movement-based activities are designed for participation and for adaptation of any physical ability. So that was the part that I focused to submit my scoring. And they did mention for the accessibility ESL section that they will have an on-site interpreter for translation from English to Spanish and headphones for non-English speaking audience members. They're also looking into a way to have live subtitles that they can use. And overall, those were my main notes. I agree also with one of the first notes that Chloe mentioned with the cultural leadership section. I was just a little unclear with that section, even though Andrea was mentioned. They state that over the past 33 years, Andrea has developed and maintained ongoing relationships with a multitude of artists and community members, different programs. So it was just unclear if Andrea had direct or lived experience within those key communities that they mentioned in some of their programming. So those were my notes and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe and Onyx. Other perspectives, comments to add?
There are no new additional comments that have not repeated what has already been said. If you would please finalize your scores then and let me know when you've done so. Chloe, Onyx, Sue, and Alka. So Zell may come back on camera now. We have completed the review for Andrea Aerial Dance Theater. We will move on to Texas Comedies. Alka and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Alka, whenever you're ready to begin.
Please give me a minute.
Sure. And as a reminder, the 10-minute timer will not begin until the primary starts making their comments.
Right, so this application is from Texas Comedies. Their mission statement states that they're a theatrical organization that brings artistic and educational work based on authentic events in Texas history to local communities with an emphasis on presenting underrepresented local history and cultural milestones. Texas Comedies targets underserved populations and under-resourced areas in order to renew a sense of local community. Bringing an appreciation of local culture and history to our community through musical theater. They are requesting funding for developing and performing one musical theater piece based on regional history. The work is called The Feud, which will be performed publicly to local audiences and tourists for 4 weeks in Austin, then will be offered to schools and community centers for free public performances. I rated this organization high because I thought that the work was being done was extremely interesting and kind of rooted in real historical events in Texas. So while they don't specifically call out and name communities, it just by the nature of what they're doing and what time they reference they're working on, a lot of their programming is about culturally marginalized and communities at the risk of erasure. So Keeping that lens in mind, I kind of rated the entire application. The feud that they're talking about is reconstruction in Texas, has reconstruction in Texas as the backdrop for it. And it's about African-American soldiers being sent to Texas as peacekeepers. And it's at a time where the focus of the conflict was between former Confederate and Union supporters. This period saw conflicts between different factions over political power, civil rights, racial segregation, discriminatory practices, and the future direction of Texas. So it felt like they were wanting to do a project which is exactly what Elevate guidelines are wanting to fund. Their cultural leadership did not, I was not able to get a clear idea of the diversity of their the racial diversity of their cultural leadership from what they've written here, except where they've said that one of their board members is a African-American and LGBTQ, identifies as African-American and LGBTQ. But in a different place where they talk about community voice, they also mention Latinx and Asian board members. So I feel like their cultural leadership is diverse. Then I wish in their plan for the programmatic reach, there was a clearer plan in terms of their events coming up. So right now they loosely say that they will perform at public schools, but it would have been nice to quantify what it is that they're hoping to do. I gave them strong points in community relationships, and the budget was clear and detailed. And I thought their history of service had some really great examples that they've listed. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Olga. Secondary, Zal?
Yeah, I rated this application very low because from the outset they didn't identify key constituencies that they're serving, or the history for me, based off the narrative, it didn't really focus on key groups, and it was hard to score any other way. Their cultural leadership, like Elka said, you had to dig for it, and that's fine. But even after digging for it, I didn't really know who's making leadership decisions in the group. And with this project that they're wanting to do, when you go to their website, there are no people of color in any of the pictures from their past performances. So it just felt like to me like, I don't know if they're doing this project based off trying to meet guidelines for this grant cycle. And so that's my comments on it.
Thank you, Alfonso. Other perspectives, feedback, comments from other panelists?
I do want to second that. Yes, I did go to their website and I felt like there weren't people of color in their past productions. That was glaring. Thanks, Zell, for bringing that up.
Other comments?
I would like to remind panelists that you cannot necessarily always tell someone's race or ethnicity just by looking at pictures. So keep that in mind when you're scoring. The other thing I want to mention is, we are not scoring on consensus. So if, panelists have different takes on the application, that is fine as well. With that being said, as Jen has asked, are there any additional new comments that have not already been stated? We have a little over 3 minutes left, and since we do have divergent opinions, it's probably everything has been covered, but if there are new comments that have not previously been stated. Seeing as there are none, panelists, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Sue, everybody. Onyx, did I see you raise your thumb? Yes, okay. So next application up for review, Alka has a conflict of interest with Agni Foundation for the Arts, so she will be off camera, recusing herself from this application. So she will not review or score it. We will use the scores from the other panelists, average those together to come to the final score for this applicant. Since, again, she is recusing herself, she will be off camera. We will bring her back once the other panelists have finalized their scores. So Agni Foundation for the Arts, Sue and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Well, Agni Foundation on the Arts has a mission to educate and empower children and adults in South Asian arts and culture through teaching, performances, festivals, and the employment of local artists. This year, they'll put on 10 projects, which span dance, music, theater, and film disciplines. Under mission and key constituencies, the foundation states that their mission expands its decade-long work in teaching dance and producing dance and Bollywood theatrical productions to now also include live music, culture, and film through new and established partnerships, sharing the vibrancy of South Asian culture. Under history of service, in the service of South Asian artists, Agni supported, employed, and/or trained over 1,000 students, 250 artists, 75 projects over the past 15 years. Agni Foundation also supported the creation of the first ever site-specific South Asian production at Miller Park, as well as the first ever South Asian music festival called Desh, involving musicians from India and Pakistan and Bangladesh. I appreciated both the mission and the history of service, depth of responses, and naming, how many productions they've worked on over the last 15 years and how many students they've engaged. And it was all very wonderful to see how deeply connected they are to community and how deeply they care for their work through this data that they've shared. Agni reports that each of their board members is actively participating South Asians with a background in the performing arts as an artist or arts manager. I wish they might have shared more about leadership at the staff level if they do have staff in place. That would have been welcome if they had done that. Under community voice, most of Agni's initiatives come from the needs and gaps in the community based on feedback from its patrons and its network of artists that they've been able to connect with over the years. They do this connection through surveys and feedback, and board members have also participated in that, and they've indicated 3 different needs of areas of support, which is increased South Asian music programming, increased mentorship and training of South Asian talent, and increased multidisciplinary offerings. I thought that was a really nice, complete response under community voice. And then the applicant under cultural activities, relevance, and responsiveness, the applicant aims to double the amount of programming and support for South Asian artists and art students in mentoring and showcasing more of them and their works. So they're planning the 10 projects, which include 2 dance showcases, Central Texas Bollywood Festival, 2 theater/film productions, a musical theater production, a talent competition, and 3 music concerts, all presenting and mentoring South Asian talent. I was just going to do a quick review of how many members they're talking about. They mostly, I remember that they mentioned working with some non-South Asians, people who are just general public in their Bollywood presentations, but I can't find the notes on that right now, sorry. Intersectionality, Agni seeks to attract people with lived experience within other communities besides South Asia in their audiences and performances by programming performances that have a broad reach and interest, which I thought was an exemplary approach. And then under community relationships, they had a great description of how they work within community, and it was a really balanced approach with asset-based and relationship-oriented contributions. Under opportunity creation and community benefits, the applicant describes many jobs within the arts, particularly with the large cast and crew that Agni has worked with, education, opportunities such as the Dance Academy with 4 locations around Austin that offer 15+ classes a week, targeting 4 different age groups. That's enabled over 1,000 young members of the community to access opportunities that help with their skill set in school and in college. They did mention that a program called Dance Scribe, where Agni's staff, dancers, and dance teachers volunteer at the Texas School of the Blind to teach dance and build a new language of dance for the visually impaired, which speaks to their commitment to accessibility. They also, under accessibility, employ live sign language interpreters at their programming. They have a marketing plan that talks about how they might retain existing audiences and reach new audiences. And their project showcases work by communities that are at risk of marginalization in Austin. And their budget was clearly stated, and their budget form was in place. So that was all well thought through. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. Secondary, Zell?
The only thing I would add, I think, Sue, what you were looking for is they said over 50% of their dance classes and technical positions during performances are outside of their community.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for.
That was my note. So
Yeah.
Everything else would be repeat.
Thank you, Sue and Zell. Other comments, feedback, perspectives?
If there are no new comments to add, different from what has already been stated, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Polyonics, and Sue. Alka, you may come back on camera as we have finished the review of Agni Foundation for the Arts. We are scheduled for a break. We are just about on schedule. It is 2:58. We will return at 3:13. We will pause the recording. And we are back from break. We are continuing our Elevate Organization Panel 2 reviews. Next application up for review is Classical Guitar Alive. Sue and Onyx are our primary and secondary. And Sue, whenever you're ready to begin.
Well, I'll start with a little introduction. Classical Guitar Alive is seeking funding for its Music and Medicine program, which presents musical performances in Austin healthcare facilities, and to produce and distribute and market and promote a series of 2 PBS TV interstitial videos, which are standalone mini documentaries for national broadcast on PBS stations nationwide on a show called Music and Medicine. So their mission is twofold. It's that music and healing. They state that music and healing has a long tradition, and that Classical Guitar Alive's mission is to share and promote this music with the widest possible audience, with innovative programs that have farthest reach and greatest positive effect. They name their key constituencies by saying, by presenting performances in healthcare facilities, Our program reaches every ethnicity and demographic, especially Austin's hardest hit and most underserved communities, including lower income residents, the elderly, and those who may be otherwise unable to experience cultural programming. I have to say that I felt like this is a long-winded way of saying everybody is our audience. We're looking at everyone. Under the history of service, they were founded in 2003, and they started by performing in senior centers and children protection centers and community centers with their instrumentalists as a community outreach program. In 2012, they finely tuned their community service into music and medicine and have presented hundreds of performances at Austin hospitals, hospice, cancer centers. And then in 2022, or 2020 to 2022, they combined their music and medicine outreach program with a national broadcast work to produce 3 of these interstitials, or mini documentaries that were filmed at Baylor University in Dallas. So this is them. This next iteration is them trying to do the same thing in Austin. Under the cultural leadership area, I think that the creative leadership is obviously made up of musicians with great skills and experiences, but I definitely need more information to understand if the leadership had any lived experiences with key constituency groups or within key constituency groups per the Elevate guidelines priorities. For community voice, the project does not mention how the voices from the community are involved in the project creative direction, but states that the music and medicine program does involve voices from the community, as it will include input gathered by partnering healthcare organizations. I wish I had understood more about how that would have affected the project creative direction or influenced who participated in the events, or how the programs were created to focus on communities with lived experience and at-risk communities in Austin. That was not, that information was not available to me. Under the cultural activities, relevance, and responsiveness, the applicant states that they're going to do 2 things. They're going to do the serve the Austin community with music and medicine performances for patients, family, and staff in the hospitals and hospices and areas that are accessible to the public, and then produce a series of PBS interstitials on music and medicine. Further, the program works in collaboration with the community, as all activities occur in healthcare facilities serving every demographic, which is not specific to communities at risk of cultural erasure or displacement in Austin. Under intersectionality, the applicant again points to all audiences, and then saying especially those with disabilities and the economically disadvantaged and the historically underserved. While these do point to intersecting vulnerabilities, I had a hard time connecting the meaning of that if the identified community at risk is not established prior to that response. And maybe that, Jesus, you can give me a little feedback if I'm not reading that correctly. Community relationships, the applicant describes multiple sources of community support from volunteers who work in the planning, preparation, and hosting, as well as pro bono consultations and accounting, nonprofit law, and healthcare law. And they also have received in-kind donations from supplies and equipment. So they do have a great investment from the community that's a balance of asset-based and relationship-oriented contributions. Under opportunity creation, they certainly have a great list of professionals that they have employed in order to get the work done that they do, but they're including web developers and public relations experts and grants writers and experts in design and public relations, and really just quite a wide range of jobs have been supplied by working with with this entity, music and medicine. But there's no clear description about how those opportunities circle back to key constituency groups within Austin. I would have appreciated a connection to that group or groups. Under the ADA accessibility, they don't provide any expanded ADA access beyond the federally mandated ADA accessibility requirements in my reading of their application. And under English ESL notes, or English as a second language, they do state that music is performed as instrumental, therefore no words are needing to be translated. But again, they could be providing context for the performance, such as greeting listeners, sharing information about the program, providing information about the music, or talking about the filming that they're doing. That would have been helpful to have them connect that to. And then under programmatic reach, they do point to a very wide reach, including 200,000 listeners in Texas and in many other states for their NPR program, Classical Guitar Live. And then this actual effort that they're doing is really kind of fits under the programmatic reach or marketing and promotion, because these interstitials that they'll do will help promote Austin as a music area and help promote Classical Guitar Alive through their music and medicine program. So they are planning to keep their social media presences active. They did speak to that, and then they said under the descriptor in the budget section, they described expenses associated with marketing promotion, but it's not fully fleshed out. And the budget was pretty well comprehensive, aside from the more descriptor about the marketing. So overall, it's a solid project. The connection to the priorities of the Elevate program are very hard for me to find. So with that, I'm going to end my comments.
We have just over a minute left. I will say key constituencies, however it's defined by the applicant in their application. Secondary, Onyx?
Yeah, I agree with most everything. I felt like the project was, I think, very interesting. However, many of the responses were too broad, too not specific. Just really quickly, the main comment that I have is how does this organization know that the patients appreciate the performance, appreciate the type of music, the frequency of the music, and so on. Feel like this could have, areas like this or just more examples could have enhanced the specificity there. And then intersectionality section, it was just too confusing. Example is nothing more inclusive than sickness and death. Everyone gets sick, everyone dies. It was confusing to me, as I don't personally see illness and disability, they have to be the same. So it was just kind of confusing.
And that is time, so we will keep our comments there. 10 minutes for reviewing Classical Guitar Alive. Panelists, if you will, please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Chloe, on Excel, Sue, and Alka. And did you have something you'd like to say, Jen?
Yes, just generally, for the question about key constituencies, people can also feel free to check out the program details on the linked on the Elevate website, which has an appendix with a longer glossary that defines key constituencies for the purposes of this program. Again, community groups that have been disproportionately experiencing the negative impacts of systemic racism and or have been institutionally marginalized and underfunded by the City of Austin Cultural Arts Division.
Thank you. Alka, I saw your hand raised. We are at time for this application, so if it's a general question, I'll allow it. Otherwise, we do need to move on.
Okay, no, my thing was that we don't get to comment if we come up, the rest of the people don't get to add it. Okay.
Correct, correct. We are at time. You do have your written comments, so the panelists or the applicants are not required to, but if they do request written comments, they can see those as well. So that was Classical Guitar Alive. We are moving on to Ensemble 8. Onyx and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Onyx, and just for the previous recording and those who are watching now, our timer does not start until the primary starts giving their comments. So Onyx, whenever you are ready to begin.
Okay, Ensemble 8, the mission is connected to the key constituencies as they strive to bring intricate vocal music of Renaissance and Baroque eras to life with scholarly precision. While Ensemble 8 has consistently maintained a responsive approach by actively fulfilling their founding vision and providing historically accurate and accessible performances of Baroque music, offering 43 live concerts and adapting to challenges such as a pandemic, turning to stream recorded concerts. I was unclear as far as who exactly their key constituencies are. For example, when they mention Ensemble 8 has live performances in accessible venues to anyone who has a desire to experience Renaissance and Baroque music. So it was just this section could have, I think, benefited from or introducing and reintroducing and describing who their key constituencies are more fully, and if it is anyone who is appreciative of music, I did find a little bit of a dissonance in terms of like the program fit for this grant. When it comes to cultural leadership, Ensemble 8's power structure is characterized by a collaborative approach led by the artistic director, Donald Meinecke. I hope I'm saying that right. In artistic and programming decisions collectively refined by the board. While gender equity is not explicitly stated, their leadership exhibits a diversity and expertise from various fields, including music, academia, arts administration, public relations, and so on. However, I did note that this response section lacked explanation as far as how these power structures represent the constituencies. So that was one note I had. As far as the community voice, their initial response was slightly confusing to me, as they began with the board represents many varied constituencies by virtue of age and professional experience. I was confused how that reflects the many facets of the community represented. In addition, they mention a brief list of ways they aim to connect with audience's feedback. So it seemed just kind of like a somewhat vague response that could have benefited from more reference to the community voice and less the board and less the programs. Sorry, less the board and less the ways that they aim to connect with the feedback, audience's feedback. With cultural activity section, I believe this question could have been much more stronger if they had focused on if they had focused less on how Ensemble 8 has demonstrated excellence by our continued appeal to the audiences, and more on the less on the what and more on the how. I keep coming back to that. They mentioned that Ensemble 8 has demonstrated excellence by continuing to appeal to audiences, but no mention of how. No mention of specific cultural activities centering equity work or community collaboration. Intersectionality is mentioned within the framework of, this is part of the response. We have members of the LGBTQ community, including 3 board members, artistic director, but it didn't really seem to me the answer was not fully fleshed out or connected to intersectionality. They could have provided a stronger answer if they could have expanded on the wide range of ethnicity and having members of the LGBTQ community. In what ways intersectionality plays a key component. When it comes to opportunity creation and community benefits, the response mentioned the organization has provided internships as well as providing discounted tickets for students. I appreciate that they mentioned how this has they mentioned collaboration with public school teachers, and I appreciated that they mentioned how this has proved challenging due to schools having a tight schedule and lack of space for rehearsal. So that was one thing that I wanted to mention. I believe their answer for the accessibility component was a long way of saying no. For instance, they mention there is no special ed programs for individuals with disabilities. However, they are welcome and do attend, since we only perform in 88 accessible venues. They do mention, however, that Ensemble 8 performs music in a variety of languages, including Italian, German, Spanish, and so on. Those were my main notes, and yeah, I'll stop there to make sure that others get time. Thanks.
Thank you. Zell, secondary?
The only thing I would say is that from the start, they didn't list key constituencies, so it was very hard to score them going forward.
Thank you both. Any other perspectives, comments?
Again, we are asking panelists not to repeat what has already been said, but to add any new or additional comments. If there are no new comments from the panel, seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize. Oh, Onyx, did you have something else to say? No? Okay. If you would please finalize your scores and let me know. Were you about to raise your hand that you're done? Alka is, Chloe, Sue, Onyx, nope, and Zell. All right. So that was Ensemble 8. Moving on to the next application up for review is Austin Visual Arts Association. Alka and Zell are our primary and secondary. And Alka, whenever you're ready to begin. And while she's bringing up her notes, a reminder that the 10-minute timer will not start until the primary starts giving their feedback.
Right, I have it open. This application is from Austin Visual Artists Association. They refer to themselves as AVAA through the application. So AVAA was founded by Rick Hernandez, now an established artist, as well as a key community leader in 1977. And they basically provide a space for emerging artists to create and showcase their work, and to hone their skills and collaborate and foster an appreciation of the Austin arts. Their emerging artists and established artists work side by side, and Mr. Hernandez still joins their exhibition. So their key constituents, as they state in the application, include emerging artists who are often marginalized, as well as artists from underserved communities such as disabled artists, economically disadvantaged youth, BIPOC artists, veterans, and LGBTQIA+ artists. We address the needs of our key constituents by coordinating and providing exhibit and art opportunities in mainstream high traffic public venues, as well as a way to better promote and foster the appreciation of Austin arts. And then they've listed like the various places they exhibit and their collaborators. They are seeking funding primarily for their space and to keep, they have an actual physical space, which is what they're hoping to keep open and to implement cultural arts programs over there, and to pay the artists in the Austin arts community. So that is what they have here. They also have they have two programs that they're talking about. Their exhibits, which are like a life drawing program, and then they have exhibits by artists. So they provide classes and workshops, as well as a space to showcase art. And their project request includes two locations, operations at two locations, the AVAA building, which hosts a life drawing program, and their AVAA studios, which is 5 studios. No, sorry, that's the part of the same studio. The other location is Austin Art Space, which is our resident artist program. I found this application strong. I feel like they do cater to a lot of artists of color and other marginalized groups. I have some notes about accessibility, where they have they've said one of their resident artists has cerebral palsy and so is in a wheelchair. And so she's their chief advisor on on best practices for mobility impaired attendees for their exhibit space. And they are careful about putting up works at lower viewing levels for better viewing for those on wheelchairs. So they've given some thought to this. Also, in terms of language, they say they have a very diverse membership of volunteers and artists, and they always have somebody at hand to, I assume, translate, or as they say, help with multiple language needs. They did not have a detailed marketing plan, which would have been nice. As far as their budget is concerned, I think their work is great, but their budget, as it is presented in this application, seems to be mostly for space and admin cost, which is what a large portion of the budget is allocated for. And their board is very lean, just a note. And the last thing I have is for it's not very clear how the community is involved in the development, how the larger community is involved. That's all I have.
Thank you. Before we move on to secondary, just a note about the budget that Elevate is envisioned more as a general operating support type grant. So maybe something to consider in future applications, but if the majority is in space and admin, that should not necessarily be held against the applicant in your scores. With that being said, secondary, Sal?
The only note that I had was the opportunity creation section. For me, it was a little fuzzy on who is receiving the opportunities. Was it their key constituencies, or is it the professional artists? And do those professional artists fit their key constituency? But outside of that, everything that Elka said was perfect for me. So thank you very much. Great job, Elka.
Thank you both. Any other feedback, perspectives, comments from other panelists?
Seeing as there are no additional comments that are not repeating what has already been said, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Chloe, Alka, Sue, and Onyx. All right, next application up for review is Leap of Joy. Onyx and Alka are our primary and secondary, and Onyx, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thanks. Okay, Leap of Joy. Part of their mission is serving children who are socially, culturally, and economically isolated. These children attend Title I schools in low-income areas of Austin. The creative mission is to engage, encourage, inspire, enhance, energize, captivate, and enamor them through dance and self-expression. Leap of Joy aims to help children develop self-esteem and respect for others through cooperative interaction. So that is part of their mission. I felt like the description of their mission was strong, and the documentation they provided in their application also is reflective of that mission and vision section. So that was my first note. History of service. Answer briefly describes how, since its inception, Leap of Joy has maintained its key constituencies front and center. For example, Leap of Joy began with one class of second grade girls, growing slowly in the first few years and then incorporating as a nonprofit in 2010. Starting with girls, then boys were included, and now often outnumber the girls in the classes. When it comes to cultural leadership, the answer does not describe how the executive director reflects a community other than the ED being at the helm for a long time. They do mention the dance and theater instructions do come from a range of ethnicity and gender identification, as well as the board of directors, in which there's a race of different backgrounds, including white, Latin, mixed race, Black, Pacific Islander, and Asian. And the community voice, I believe the answer reflects how the organization intends to expand involvement of students and participants. For example, they mention it is our purpose and intent to involve the parents in the program. In this regard, we wish to engage more with the parent outreach, with a parents outreach specialist who work directly with the parents and involve them in a more participatory role. In the cultural activities, I appreciated how they mention their collaboration with Todos Juntos, which mentions how through that collaboration they aim to work with excuse me, their key constituencies by centering content for their key constituencies and working with Todos Juntos. They also mentioned that they conduct regular classes with that. They conduct regular classes with that organization, and they work more with mothers and children. So, and then in addition to that, the section for intersectionality, I found that the answer did not fully cover this section, as it was confusing how the answer included student behavior. So I felt like this part could have benefited more from, if I guess I was just truly confused by this note of the student behavior, but maybe more commentary on students at this school and the projects at this in this area of the school where the student example was mentioned. But the example provided said, from time to time, there may be a student who has trouble adjusting and is uncooperative. In those cases, the students are instructed to sit and watch and do homework until they choose to participate. So it was just a little confusing to me. There is mention of community collaboration in the form of partnerships or programs, although there wasn't a lot of description regarding non-financial ways the community contributes. So I think that this part of the application could have benefited from more from that, expanding on that area. When it comes to disability accommodations, I mentioned that they currently do not have accessibility accommodations. They mentioned that in the entirety of the Leap of Joy program, from the beginning, they've never had a student with physical disabilities or impairments enrolled in their program or been requested, but they wouldn't turn away a disabled child. But they do have one teacher who has specialized in working with the disabled in dance, and the director has also taken a class at ACC. So overall, I feel like this is a area that could really use a lot of more focus and examples, and just I felt like it was very lacking. They do mention they employ a few bilingual instructors when it comes to ESL accessibility accommodations, and they mentioned how dance is a language that can be universally understood. I did struggle with this section with the accessibility and the language one, because I felt like just because they haven't had a student yet doesn't mean that. I feel like it's still important to consider that as a key area. So those were my main notes and comments for Leap of Joy.
Thank you, Onyx. Olga, secondary.
I agree with all of Onyx's comments. I'm just going to race through mine, which don't overlap. I feel like Leap of Joy is filling an important space in the education landscape. I did find that they didn't have many community-facing programs. It seems like more at school with the students, and I guess you can say that the community is the parents of the students. So with that, if we look at it that way, then maybe that's the community. I think they're doing great work. They don't specify who they're who they're catering to, but if they're serving the Title I schools, it's inferred that they're serving an underserved community. What else does not? The application does not list key leadership or creative team dance instructors. I think some of these have already been covered. I had the same accessibility notes. I'm good. Onyx, you were awesome.
Thank you both. We have a couple minutes left. Any other feedback, additional comments that haven't been raised?
Any additional comments, Onyx? I don't know if you came off of mute or no. If there are no additional comments that have not already been stated by the previous panelists, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Zell, Chloe, Alka, Onyx, Sue. We are up to our penultimate application, second to last application, Creative Action. Alka and Sue are our primary and secondary. Alka, whenever you are ready to begin.
All right. Ready. So Creative Action is Austin's leading community-based arts and youth development organization, reaching 20,000 plus Central Texas youth, families, and community members each year. They use the arts as a medium to inspire creativity, unlock potential, and transform the lives of students of all ages. The key constituents, as listed in the application, for this particular proposed project is the East Austin, which is East Austin focused, is the East Austin neighborhood, the Chestnut neighborhood in particular, which has seen a great need for community building opportunities, dialogue, education about the neighborhood history and culture. So the project that they have specifically requested funding for, they called Art Boxes, which is artistic placekeeping in historic Austin. Creative Actions Color Squad and Chroma Collective will partner with the Department of Transportation to create 5 culturally and historically relevant murals located on traffic signal boxes in marginalized Austin neighborhoods. The project will be community-led, focusing on placekeeping by empowering community members to raise their voice and tell their unique story. The art boxes will be digitally archived, so local and tourists can learn their meaning and tour others within the city. This application was one of my favorites. I think I scored it pretty high. I think the project itself is it's extremely interesting. It's well envisioned. It has 100%, community buy-in. It seems very ingrained in the community, the way it's set up. It is serving communities at risk of cultural erasure as per the requirements for Elevate. I'm trying to see if I got any points and for what. Okay, the only thing is all programs in accessibility, they say all programs are delivered in accessible facilities. We deliver free specialized programs for youth with disabilities, including social creativity for young adults on the autism spectrum, special programs at the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Staff receive annual training on supporting students facing trauma or development challenges with inclusive classrooms. I found it really hard to really penalize them for anything in their application. So I think it's a super strong application, and I will rest. I will let let Sue carry on.
Whenever you're ready, Sue.
Yeah, I hid my mute button from the unmute button. Also feel like this is a very strong application. I have had experience with this group in the past in my previous position with the city, and found them to be wonderful community partners, really good at the community engagement and working within youth, and their values are all in a beautiful place in alignment with the Elevate program's priorities. And there's nothing else I can add to what Alka said. I mean, it's exactly what I feel too, is that this is a very strong proposal, and I scored it pretty highly. So.
Thank you, Alka and Sue. Other panelists, yes, Al.
The only comment that I had was where they bring the youth in on the project. Felt very late for me. I wish they would have brought the youth in on earlier, working directly with the community and not just the adults, so that the youth could experience that intergenerational experience that they could have. And I think it would just make it a stronger project overall. That is the only comment I have.
Thank you. Anybody else? Other things that have not yet been mentioned about this application that you want to surface?
While panelists are thinking if they have additional comments, I do want to remind mainly the applicants, because the panelists do know this, but a reminder for them as well that, you know, you're not comparing one application to another. You are scoring it based on how it meets the review criteria. And we do allow, you know, firsthand knowledge of an applicant's work, if you are familiar with that, to utilize that in your scoring. With that being said, any new comments that have not already been stated from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. Sue? Everybody, okay. And our final application up for review today is Salvage Vanguard Theater. Sue and Onyx are our primary and secondary, and Sue, whenever you are ready to begin.
So by way of introduction, Salvage Vanguard Theater creates live theater and performance events incorporated in 1994. It's been a creative force in avant-garde and new theater in Austin this entire time, and it's produced over 50 world premiere plays, musicals, and operas. They're seeking funding to carry forward their mission to create new and experimental theater that centers the diversity of Austin artists in terms of race, gender, sexual orientation, and ability. Their key constituencies are defined as diverse artists in Austin in terms of race, gender, sexual orientation, economic status, and ability. So they're not calling out a specific community within cultures at immediate risk of erasure and displacement or marginalization. Although in their later responses, they do talk a little bit more about this. In their history, I'd love to hear about their history, but I would have liked a real look back since they've been producing work since 1994. They mostly focused on more recent work. They state that they're artist-led in their practices, adapting programming with full agency for artists leading the work, and much of which is queer and BIPOC focused in their words. They appear to have evolved to serve key constituencies, but that was not essential to its founding. And they provide an example of Costa, the multilingual play that they produced recently. Of the under cultural leadership of the 5 board members, 3 they state are members of Alana communities. Of the 4 staff, 2 part-time staff are members of Alana communities, and they talk about their business manager and a recently hired part-time worker who is the Filipino-Canadian playwright that's producing a play in their next set of work. So that was a little bit confusing, that description, but overall I think that they do have some community members that are within those who are lived experience with potential cultural erasure and displacement. Under community voice, they invite community in via programming Our Works Progress, where they workshop new works and invite audience feedback and involvement. And they also hold community dialogues and talk forwards, connecting programming for audience engagement and conversations, which I thought was a great way to capture the community voice. Under cultural activities, they are offering several productions, most of which center the work of theater makers with lived experience within key constituency groups. They're also including a deep listening series, inviting artists and others to their community to lead skill shares that involve music and sensorially grounding practices. And then under intersectionality and inclusion, they state that they're centering people from communities, specifically Filipino, immigrant, queer, BIPOC communities that are at immediate risk of erasure, displacement, and other forms of marginalization. That's their statement. Which is a little bit confusing because they're not completely aligned with the priorities of the Elevate program, but I think we can infer what's going on there. And then under opportunity creation and community benefit, they say that we invest in community through the work that we make, community dialogues, inviting audience feedback, reflecting audience stories on stage with agency, accessible ticketing. It would be great if they had talked a little bit more about jobs created, maybe in some part of this, and maybe some other opportunities and community benefit that they could point to, specifically focusing on key constituencies that they work within. And then under accessibility, they do include adaptations and services for individuals with disabilities. And while some plays often include multilingual scenes, the plays are not fully adapted for the non-English speaking communities. So I did ding them some points there. And there was no clear description of a marketing plan, but they did talk about hiring another staff member to help expand their programmatic reach among other tasks. So it looks like they're planning to have that more of a marketing plan in place. They didn't describe it for us. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue. Secondary, Onyx?
I agree with everything. I think that Sue did a great job holistically reviewing this application. So the only really comment that I have to add is that I noticed in the budget that admin fees were not listed. They did say that we will use Elevate funding to pay staff and artists as well as for materials for our upcoming projects. The majority of their budget goes toward paying artists in Austin, whether on staff or working on a project. Their budget does show some deficits for prior fiscal years, but they did describe how they got there. So I included that as well as consideration for my scoring. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue and Onyx. Other perspectives, comments?
While other panelists are looking, I did pull up the budget real quick, and there is some administrative fees in the cash column. So they may not have included it in their city award amount, and so maybe you're not using their city awards to do that, and that's fine. It is the holistic budget, but just making that clear for the comment that was made. We have about 3.5 minutes left if there are additional comments that have not already been stated by the panelists. If there are no further comments, if you would please, panelists, finalize your scores and let me know when you have done so. So, Chloe, and everybody else. All right, and that has been the Elevate review panel for Organization Panels 2. I want to thank all of the panelists and the facilitator, the Long Center and other Cultural Arts Division staff, Maya, for helping out with the slides and the tech support. Jen, as our facilitator, I just wanted to open it up if you had any final comments before we go into executive session. But, you know, just while we're here for those applicants who are still in attendance, if you had any final words.
I think I would just like to thank everybody for being a part of the process. As Jesus mentioned at the beginning of these panels, this is a pilot program that City of Austin is engaging in with an eye towards bringing equity into the center of city operations. So we appreciate everybody for just taking part in the process and being having those considerations in your applications. And thank you to our fantastic panelists.
Yes, thank you, everyone. With that, that concludes the Elevate review panel, Organization 2. And we will have a different panel on Monday and Tuesday for Organization Panel 3. Thank you again for everyone in attendance, and that has been the Elevate review panel.